Da-da-da. Hey! Da-da-da. It's a Wednesday morning of the Breaker. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
It is 14 degrees right now, but that's not what it feels like.
No, it's going to get windier, by the way.
Bro, there's a negative 2 degree wind chill outside.
Yeah.
Or it feels like negative 2 right now.
It's brutal.
It's getting colder by the day, although it looks like today will be the coldest of the next couple of days. High at 25, then 29, then 30, then 31, then 31 as the day goes on. So by the time we get to Sunday, we'll have shorts on in right at freezing weather. So that's exciting.
Okay.
All right, if you are just getting up right now, heading into work, the roads, not ideal.
Yeah, it snowed again. I didn't think we were getting snow.
Yeah, so I was the one forging the Oregon Trail this morning through the snow.
Thank you.
You're welcome. But apparently something is going on 490 West coming in from the west side. Or no, 490 East coming in from the west side.
Were they backed up?
It looks like, coming into the city, like there's a traffic jam that our coworker TJ from the country station got stuck in.
Oh, my goodness.
Because I was like walking down the hallway and Hope's down there. I'm like,
Yeah.
Is TJ, was she sick? She goes, no, she's in a traffic jam. And it's at 5:30. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, because there was no traffic when I came.
I wonder when the last time somebody that we worked with in the morning got stuck in traffic. Has
I
that
can't
ever
think.
happened?
No.
But, like, I guess
Not
TJ,
this early.
Yeah.
in knowing no one would believe her, took a picture. And there were like 40
you'd have to
cars.
prove it.
Yeah, in standstill motion on 490 at like
Damn.
5:30 in the morning. So I don't know what's cleaned up. But if you are headed in right now from the west side going east on 490, just heads up on that one. But there's another discussion to be had here.
What's going on?
Because like you said, we got a pretty decent amount of snow.
Yeah.
And it's not like the heavy snow.
No, it's fluffy.
Fluffy light snow.
Pretty.
But if you get up early and go to work, there is a frustrating moment when you walk outside. Because if you don't have a plow service, you're going to have to shovel that driveway.
Yeah.
And the best time to shovel a driveway, as Kimmy's dad will tell you, is before anybody drives over the snow.
Yeah, you don't
Yes.
track it up.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You don't want those tire tracks.
You track it up.
Because then
Nobody
they get
calls it-
icy. Got to scrape it.
No, you're right. It's very frustrating. But nobody calls it tracking it up. Tracking it out.
We do now.
So this morning, it's like 2:45, 2:30, 2:45. I'm walking out of my house, and it's all this fluffy snow in my driveway.
But
right?
you could drive through it. It's not going to hold you up.
I understand you can drive through it. But I know there's just more snow coming throughout the rest of the day. And I'm going to drive over it, and then my wife's going to drive over it.
But you don't care.
Oh, well, no, I do shovel my driveway.
Yeah, but you
man.
don't really care about it.
Well, I care about it because I just don't want to have to do more work later.
All right.
So I wanted to shovel my driveway right then before I left for work because I probably could have
But
got
then
it
you
done in
hear
10
that
minutes.
Quick, yeah.
That's all your neighbors are going to hear out their window if they're
Yeah,
not
but
up.
everybody's doing it in the morning.
Not at 2:45.
Bro, there's a guy out two guys out in my neighborhood, and I live in an old-ass neighborhood, old farts. Got they had their snowblowers going this morning. You can hear them.
Okay.
It just sounds like a riding mower out there.
252 WCMF 252-9263. What is the earliest you are allowed to shovel or snow blow on a weekday morning?
I don't think there's a rule when it's weather like this.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, like I'm thinking growing up, like before, like guys would be out there in the dark, snow blowing and shoveling their driveway.
So our plow guy comes at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
So, and he tries to track her,
Yeah.
and it makes noise.
Yeah.
I
It's
mean,
kind of loud out there.
what else you gonna do?
No, okay, look, I get the plow thing. Like, I can't control
But that
that guy.
scrapes.
I understand, but, like, I have no control over when plow guy comes. That's not on me. I'm not going to blame a neighbor for that. But if, like, we just had that time off in the middle of the week while some people had to go to work. And if it's 4 o'clock in the morning
Yeah.
and I don't have to get up for another couple hours and I hear, I'm out of my effing mind.
well, you are until that guy snow blows your driveway.
Which he's not going to because I already yelled at him for getting up too early and doing it. You guys, you.
Well, here's the thing. I can't hear anything when I sleep because I got bad hearing.
Well,
So
yeah,
when
as
I-
you can tell if we're looking at his satellite dish headphones that he's
I
wearing.
have to wear these in bed. But I
His
can't
new
hear
name is Sputnik.
But I can't hear a goddamn thing, so I don't care.
Okay, so yeah, you're obviously.
But if
So
I get
this
up early in
doesn't
the
affect
morning,
you.
like if I get up early in the morning and
Yeah.
I got to shovel and scrape and stuff, I'm just going to go out and do it, man.
I would hate you. I would hate. No,
Your house is closed up. The heat's on. It isn't like it's the middle of summer. You can hear everything if your house is open. What are you hearing?
You can absolutely hear people shoveling their driveways.
What kind of chintz ass
why.
house you got? Where you got? What do you got? Paper walls?
Yeah. Have you seen how they build houses the last 25 years? My walls are made out of paper.
Again, I told you to get the Doctor House with the columns and the lions and the fountain, but you want to chintz out and stay where you're
No,
at?
you could buy the columns, the lines, the fountains. Wall's still made out of paper. Every house now, wall's made out of paper.
Bro, they got these doctor houses. I'll show you online.
I'll show you.
How would you? The only doctor you ever met is my wife and the people that your insurance company pays to take care of you to touch your prostate. I'm sorry, Kimmy, you were saying.
I was gonna say I think this stems from childhood, but I don't mind the sound of like a snowblower or shoveling in the early in the morning because for me it was always like a good thing of like, oh, wonder if we're getting a snow day. Like that meant like there was a lot of snow out there and there was the potential for something good to happen that day. So maybe it's a psychological thing where I think like, oh man, snow's here. I don't know, but like it's just like kind of a comforting feeling, I guess.
It's an interesting take. By the way, as Kimmy reminds us, as of now, as far as we know, there aren't any school closings.
Oh, okay.
So
I wouldn't think, right?
Well, I mean, it was
It's pretty heavy out there right now, but it could be coming and going.
And granted, I came in like 3 hours ago, but like it was bad.
I thought the wind chill had to get really low.
I was talking from the snow.
But the wind chill could be a factor too.
I mean, I thought it had to be straight. What the wind?
It was like really low.
There was
I
a
was shocked.
specific temperature, I thought.
Yeah.
It was like Arctic. I want to say it was below zero.
Well, the wind chill is below. Well,
Yeah.
it says feels like -2 right now,
right.
according to the temperature. Again, 252 WCMF 252-9263 with the weather this morning. We're talking about the earliest you are allowed to shovel, snow blow your driveway before you leave for work, and you say there is no earliest.
I mean, if you got to get out, you got to get out. I mean,
No.
if there's a guy, like yourself, what do you do?
Okay, no, I get it. Like if it's a snow emergency and there's 2 feet of snow behind my car and I can't get, I got no choice.
Yeah,
gotta
but I
do
mean,
it.
yes, if you're out there just grooming for no reason, yes, you're absolutely right.
But that would have been this morning because you said it yourself. I can get out of the driveway.
could, yeah.
So then I shouldn't have shoveled my driveway. Man. No, it sucks, man, because I know I'm going to get home and I'm going to pull in the driveway and I'm just going to want to get it done so I don't have to wake up after my nap.
That's the way to do it. Just do it.
No,
get it
because
done.
here's what sucks, man.
What?
I'm going to go out there when I get home, all
Yeah.
tired from dealing with you all morning. I'm going to shovel the driveway and it's
Yeah.
freezing cold.
Perfect.
And then I'll be done and my blood will be flowing and I'll have been freezing and I won't be able to sleep.
So go downstairs, get a good workout in, eat your little salad, and take a nap.
I eat my salad before I shovel the driveway. Salad comes first. And I got to tape the TV show today. So you don't know my life. You don't know my life.
Why are you doing that stupid TV show nobody watches?
Somebody in this room has to do promotion for our show.
That's your promotion?
252 WCMF. If there's one man that knows the rules of neighborhoods, it's Rammer.
Forget all the rules of this great country life.
He's on
Turn to
CMF.
Rammer.
Hey, Rammer. How are you, buddy?
Good morning, man. It's actually really snowing out here right now. So how do you think your neighbors feel at 4 o'clock, 4:30 in the morning when you're out there shoveling your driveway when you have to go to work? I mean, if you don't want to hear their snowblowers, then pay for them to have a plow service.
That's the dumbest take you've ever had.
Listen, in the 90s, I did a lot of plowing, and we had a lot more snow then. And you got to be out there at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning because you got people like you that need to be to work at 6 a.m. and can't, go out there and do it themselves at 3 in the morning because
You don't know 90s snow.
Bro, it's so funny. Like, it used to be old guys, but like in the 70s, we did a lot of acid. Rammer. In the 90s, I did a lot of plowing.
No, I never
Then he
did
got in his
acid,
truck.
Just drinking and weed. Hey, listen, if you got to go to work, you got to clean your driveway. You shouldn't be bitching at your neighbor about that. That's just part of living here. If you don't like it, move to Florida.
Yeah.
Move to Dade
See
County.
you guys.
Bye, Rammer. Rammer got bored with himself. I'm done.
I'm tired of your jokes.
It's over here. Are you done? Are you done? No, listen. I don't have the balls
What's that?
to actually go to my neighbor and be like, don't do that.
Yeah.
Right? I understand it. And again, if it's a situation where you need to do it to get out, what I'm talking about
Yeah.
are guys like you.
Me?
Yes.
Me guy?
You.
Use?
Where you're only doing it because it's a cosmetic situation.
Well, I like it edged out nice.
Edged out. This ain't an inner city barber shop. It's a driveway.
I used to work on my line.
I get my edge up over here on my asphalt. Shut up. No, if you're doing it just so when people go to work, it looks like your driveway is smooth, you're a dick. You're a dick. Don't wake me up for that.
But I gotta shovel out so the dog can get out because I got a little dog. I gotta rake the roof. I gotta make her a little trail back there. I got things to do.
Bro, you brought up the rake roofer thing. Quick sidebar. I'm sorry. I was driving out to Ithaca with my daughter for a hockey game last weekend. And you got to drive through like the sticks off of 90, right?
yeah.
Okay. We're driving down this country road. We're in the middle of nowhere. There's not another house for like a mile or two. There is a dude standing on his roof
Yeah, I don't do that.
with a shovel shoveling, and he looks your age.
Mhm.
And if this guy would have went, and it's slippery as hell, the snow was coming down.
Oh, yeah.
If this guy would have gone down, not only would he have really hurt himself, potentially died.
Where's the closest ambulance?
Or like no one would have even known
Person.
he fell.
So, is it Max McGee was the first guy to catch a touchdown pass in the Super Bowl?
Tight end for the Green Bay Packers.
Right. He died. He fell off his roof because he lived in Minnesota. He went up on his roof with a snowblower.
A
to
snowblower?
To blow the snow off his roof. He fell, hit his head, and died.
Holy crap.
He survived the Super Bowl one to die doing something stupid on his roof.
Well, what makes the story even more funny, and you can look this all up.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Tommy brought up he was the first man to ever score a touchdown in the Super Bowl. He was also like a deep veteran in the NFL. He didn't think he was going to play, so the night before, he and a teammate went out and got rip-roaring drunk.
I think it was one of the other famous guys on the team, yeah.
He woke up still drunk, was monster hungover for the game, knew he was going to retire, and still had that game,
Yeah.
and he dies falling off his roof.
And at the end, Lombardi was standing over him when he died. Because everybody up there's just blowing. Nobody's shoveling.
Shut up.
Had the hat on and the trench coat.
Is
and
that
all
how he
things.
is in heaven?
Yeah.
That's how Vince Lombardi is in
Yeah.
heaven? Yeah. Also amazing, Max McGee and Vince Lombardi got into heaven.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Facebook questions coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from John. John says, I want to thank you guys. I was debating looking out the window right now, shoveling my driveway, but now I have an excuse not to wake up my neighbors, so I'm going to wait to do it until later. You're
All
welcome.
right.
I mean, any excuse you can find not to do stuff like this, you're going to
But I
take.
also like just getting it done. Like,
Well, but
because I know if
why,
my
though,
wife
with
has to-
this, if
What's that?
there, but I don't get that either because if there's more snow coming and nobody's got to go anywhere in your house, why not just wait a little while? Because otherwise, if you go out there early, you're gonna have to go back out there again.
No, because I know if I'm off, my wife's going to do some Marshall run. And as soon as, I'm going to have to get the snow out for her. And it's going to suck.
But here's the thing,
What?
Kimmy, to your point, like, I am a big fan. You can do the quick run, where if the snow is light enough, it's just walk it up and down with
yeah,
the
you
shovel
can
in one hand,
push
bang,
it
bang,
up,
bang,
yeah,
bang, 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 bang. So I don't mind doing that like 2 or 3 times
Okay.
if
Yeah,
I
it's
get
easy.
ahead of it. It's when I have to start doing the double hand dig. That's when it becomes a
Oh,
bitch.
it's brutal.
And I'm worried I'm going to have a double hand dig today at 3:30. And I don't want no 3:30 double hand dig.
The heart attack hour.
Yeah, I don't want that. And I'm also hoping, is it supposed to be sunny today? Because even if it's cold, the sun could take some of that snow off the driveway.
I don't
When's the last time you
think
saw the
so.
sun around here?
This weekend.
Bro, I think we ain't getting no sun.
Bro, I don't think we ain't getting no sun.
You knew, write that down.
I don't even know how to spell that. Bro, I don't think I get no sun. We have a dynamite dome. Can't go by the bank. Got a break room for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to get our hate on. Hate the snow.
That's right. Hey, Mail of the Week coming at you just after 8 o'clock. It was before we went on our Christmas vacation.
Yeah.
We shared a story about a coworker, her arrival in our studio, and something that Tommy Muley walked himself right into. Because here's the thing. If you would have kept your little mouth shut, this wouldn't have happened. But what she asked Kimmy and I to do
Yes.
versus what she assumed you could not do was one of the funniest damn things I've
It
ever
was
seen.
insulting, condescending, rude.
I wouldn't say rude. You did it.
Oh, it was rude.
You walked into it,
She was rude.
and she wasn't trying to be mean. She was being sincere, which makes it so much more funny.
Yes.
We will recap that story
All right.
just after 8 o'clock. But Kimmy and I were howling with laughter when it happened initially. We were howling with laughter when we told the story on the air the next day.
Mhm.
One man, however, who heard it did not find it funny.
Yeah, he felt my pain.
In fact, he believes that the law should get involved.
Oh.
That you have a suit.
I'm
You don't.
rich.
You don't.
Oh, I'm loading up.
We'll get into it. Read you the letter. Hate Mail of the Week just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
Lonely is tough to deal with.
Loneliness?
Well, there isn't a straight-up answer for loneliness.
Yeah.
You can't pay money to not be lonely anymore. That is, until now.
Great.
Because there are businesses that are popping up across the country. Kimmy, I feel like we may have had one of these in Rochester a couple of years ago, where if you are lonely,
So they de-lonely it, Lydia?
Kimmy, if you are lonely, you can pay for this basic human need,
I
which
think we did talk about this, but I don't know if it ever made its way to Rochester.
What is this, like low-end prostitution?
well, see, that's what you're going to see. But these people are insisting it is not anything close to that.
It's the same thing without the insertion.
That would be prostitution.
Yes. So it's everything but the insertion.
So it's not prostitution.
Well, it is. Except
but
for
it's
the-
not.
It's prostitution, but none of the good stuff.
It's like saying
It's the
going.
lead up to prostitution.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see about. I mean, basic economics is find a need, fill the need, and make money doing it.
Yeah, that's why you get the money.
And then you do what?
Make the money.
No, you.
What?
There's green and then there's tills. Well, you do your own bits.
I have many bits.
You have 4 bits that you do over
That's
and
many
over.
bits. That's a 4-pack of bits.
So, with that being said,
Mm-hmm.
this is a brilliant business idea because this is a legitimate need, it seems, and folks are willing to pony up, and these are popping up in cities across the United States, and it is not what you think it is,
Okay.
Tommy.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 6:45, it is the end of a food era in Rochester.
Who are we losing now?
Because this wonderful business that a generation of folks have fallen in love with announced they are done. But it's not just this business.
Well, was it popular or nobody wants it?
Super popular.
Yeah.
It was super popular.
Kind of kicked off the whole craze, right? I
So,
mean,
okay, so you brought up this, and you're
Yeah.
right about that. But it goes past it because Rochester goes in food phases. And the official close
Food
of
waves.
Yes, of this restaurant means we are at the end of this food wave. And whatever food you are in love with right now, with a bunch of great restaurants,
Yeah.
this is a sad reminder that at one point, someday, they're all going to disappear.
All go away.
And we'll tell you what it is. It's after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Cuddle salons have started opening across the United States,
I thought the sheriff shut those guys down.
and they are wildly popular.
Cuddle Salon.
It's a cuddle salon. And here, it's a simple idea. Are
I
you
think
ready?
It's called Loser Depot.
Yeah!
Got him.
Dork thinks he's going to drown. The idea is very simple.
Yeah.
You book hour-long sessions.
Oh, that's a long time.
An hour-long cuddle. The client shows up. They are given a shower and a robe after they shower. There is a bed.
Wait, this is legit.
Yes, there is a bed with stuffed animals, and in said robe, you cuddle with a person that
A human being.
Yeah, that you pay.
Like opposite sex.
I guess whatever you'd be into,
Yeah, you
opposite
could
sex
probably
or
pick.
sex.
But like,
opposite
and
sex
there's-
chick, you idiot.
there's no boner or nothing. How you gonna cuddle with a chick for an hour and not get a rail? After you took a shower, I'm in a bathrobe. I'm a half a Roman.
I don't think you took a shower. I think the
No,
the client.
you take a shower
both?
first. You
So
take
you
a
take
shower.
a shower.
What do you think? The chick
So-
takes a shower?
Yeah, you probably. I thought you both did.
So part
Well,
of it
then you're having sex.
No, okay, I'm sorry. I meant like the person that's buying this
takes a shower.
takes a shower.
Yeah.
Gets
Yeah.
a robe on, gets
Not-
relaxed.
not-
You're not showering together.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, not the person that's
Because then that boner's
not the,
definitely happening.
not the professional cuddler.
So this isn't fight loneliness?
All right, I'm going to ask you this question before
Yeah.
we get into it because
You know how I feel about loneliness?
I understand that your head is going 1,000 different places.
No,
right
no.
now.
I'm right.
All right,
I'm-
we're going to
I'm-
zone in. You ready?
I'm zoned in.
All right, when I tell you that you can book an hour-long session with a member of the opposite sex, take a shower, get in a robe, and lay in bed with them, what does this sound like to you?
It sounds like a rub-out joint.
Okay. Well, the people who run this say it is not.
Okay.
In fact, they have policies at all these places that the cuddle sessions end immediately with no refund if any, quote, sexual boundaries are
If
crossed.
you get sprung.
And to prove their point, they had pictures of reviews, scathing reviews from men
Yeah.
who were thrown out for trying sexual stuff to back up their claim.
Mm-hmm.
So the going rate for an hour of cuddling is around $40 an hour, depending on the city.
All right.
And you get lower prices for longer sessions. So, Kim, you said an hour sounds long? There are some of these places that offer 3-4 hour cuddling
Oh,
sessions.
my God.
So you're
Get
just but you're
married.
just laying there, right? I
Yeah.
mean, it's not
Well,
like,
you're cuddling, you're holding
right.
the person.
Like, are you watching
Right.
TV or something? Like, I'd get without
Watching TV.
without falling asleep.
Man, you have the luckiest husband on the planet.
No, but I'm saying if you're paying for this,
Yeah, I'll
right?
do it, but put on
Price is right.
Antiques
Listen.
Roadshow up, put it on.
Listen, my point is you're not doing anything but cuddling.
Yes.
So if you're not like napping, you're gonna get bored
Oh,
just
yeah.
laying there,
You really would. But
right?
I guess if you're deeply depressed and lonely,
Oh, my God.
because this is what this is for.
Well, they
Yeah.
say that these businesses are most popular with men ages 40 to 60 years old.
that's the lonely part of your life.
But I would also think those are the people most likely to try something.
Well,
Oh,
maybe-
yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, yeah. That's the touchy-feely boys.
Worst city gang. They can't steal a Kia. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. So with this idea that these cuddle salons are opening across the country, Tommy,
Yeah.
would you be interested in booking a cuddle sesh?
No, because I don't buy into loneliness at all. As a
What?
disease,
What?
as something you can't beat.
What a stupid take.
I'm
I
telling
don't
you right
buy
now.
into loneliness.
He's not being bogged down by big lonely.
I'm not, because lonely is temporary. I told you many times, I would much rather be lonely than annoyed. I will take loneliness over somebody annoying me any day of the week.
Okay.
Because annoying sticks with you like oatmeal. But loneliness passes through you. You get over your loneliness through the day.
Okay. I will say this.
Get an imagination.
I will say this.
What?
I agree with what you're saying on a personal level. However, I am also aware that you and I are psychos and that the job that we had before this may have led to the feeling that we have.
I don't mind spending time alone.
No, but neither do I. But to say that loneliness...
Kimmy doesn't either.
Well, but we're weird, and we know that we're weird.
That's why we have this job.
Right.
No, but think about like people who lose spouses that were used to living most of their lives with somebody, and then that person's gone. Like I would think that loneliness, especially initially, lasts longer than a day.
I think it's even more simple.
Deep loneliness.
I think it's even more simple than that. All right, so just to be clear here,
Yeah.
you would judge a man who paid for a $40 an hour cuddle session.
Yeah, I sure as hell would.
Okay.
Like if somebody, if I did it, you judge me.
No, I wouldn't. I would understand. Like if you had never met your wife, this is tailor made for you. Man living alone in a house in Webster, getting drunk, talking to his Christian neighbors with no one to hold.
Right, and then you watch some porn.
No.
You watch some Netflix. You take a walk. You take a trip. Maybe jump in your car and go south for a little bit. You go do your life.
I will say this: human connection, human touch, is a very powerful thing. And we see it in other businesses. Think of, Tommy, the guys who go to strip clubs and pay just to talk to strippers. Think of the guys who would bring birthday cakes to waitresses like Hooters or what was that one, Tilted Kilt.
Oh, yeah.
That, to
Wasn't
me...
just a sad mofo.
No, but that always seemed like less of a sexual experience and
It
more
was.
of wanting someone in their lives. And we know, especially for men, as we get older, we lose connections with other people, and we have seen...
They don't have a friend network.
Yes, we've seen that causes terrible consequences. If this helps mitigate those consequences,
God bless you.
No, but what's the problem? Why would you judge?
I wouldn't stand in your way.
Yes, you would. You just said you judge them.
Oh, I would judge. Like you're kind of a weirdo, man. You got to sit with stuffed animals as a stranger. He's gonna like hold you.
That would be a cuddle sesh, yes.
Yeah, that's weird. But the price is not bad.
I was gonna say because you'd probably spend more as a lonely guy at the bar, thinking the bartender's your girlfriend, right?
Great point.
I think you're also underestimating how many women would want to do this.
A straight up cuddle sesh.
Yeah.
With a guy?
Yeah, somebody that's just, kind of lonely that, just craves that human touch,
But women seem to have a better friend network than guys.
Yeah, but I'm not. Yeah, but this is different. This is more intimate, I guess. So
right.
I think there are a lot of women that would be very open to this idea.
Well, but here's what's different with women, and I don't disagree with your take, and I see you guys on hold. Sit tight. I want to talk to you. We're talking about these cuddle salons that are opening across the country. It's like $40 an hour. You book hour-long sessions. You lay in a robe in a bed with whoever you want to, the person working there, opposite sex or same or whatever, and you cuddle with them, and it's not sexual at all. They say if you cross any sexual boundaries, you are thrown out of the cuddle sesh. Kimmy, it's not socially unacceptable, and I use that in the loosest of terms, for two women who are friends to sit on a couch and like cuddle with each
but
other.
you're not, but this is different. You're not looking for like that comfort because I think when it comes to your friends, like you feel like they have to do this for me. You know what I mean? Whereas this is like kind of an outside. You're getting a different. I don't know. You're getting something else out of it.
I agree with you. I guess what I'm saying is when it comes to the desperate need for human touch, right? Women with friends, family, have way more human touch. Like if I came in here, let's say something terrible happened in my life.
Yeah.
And I just needed to be held.
Yeah.
Would you hold me?
Hold you.
Would you hold? No, I come in and I'm at the end of my rope and my world is falling apart.
He needs a hug. He just wants a hug.
Pat, let me wrap my arms around your hairy, mold-infested back.
You've never had those moments where someone just collapses into your arms because the weight of the world has taken them down?
I can't remember when.
You've never been that trusted person for somebody else in your life?
I hope not. That sounds miserable.
But see, that's what I mean, Kimmy. I don't have that in my life outside of my wife. I couldn't do that with anyone in my family. I couldn't do that with Tommy, who's one of my best friends. You would feel uncomfortable with it.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I would just tell you.
Oh, wow. Wait, nice catch, buddy.
Just drink it away.
Oh, yeah. Drink it away.
Well, that too. You could jur or drink.
Brian's on CMF. Hey,
do both.
Brian, how are you, buddy?
Good. How's it going, guys?
Good, Brian. What do you got?
So there's no way that these salons aren't like having prostitution. I guarantee the girls, get in the room and they're like, hey, for an extra 40, $50, yada, yada, yada. Because why else would they have you shower and then just be in a robe where like everything is accessible if they didn't have, ulterior motives other than
I'm
cuddling?
guessing it's more for sanitary reasons.
That would make sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the
but,
shower's
like,
relaxing.
why the robe though? Like,
Well, because your clothes could
Comfort.
also be gross.
Yeah.
I mean,
oh, yeah, that's true.
you ever
I
lay in a
guess,
bed in a
but-
pair of jeans, just psycho?
Well, no, I don't wear jeans. Period. They suck.
He's the guy
So-
that's going to go and try to negotiate some stuff. How much? Would you just put your fingers in my mouth? Dude, $1 a finger?
No, Tommy, that's what I do with your mom instead. So.
Oh, take that.
Ooh.
No, Brian, I'll ask you this question. And I think Brian's comment, and a valid comment
All right.
for a weirdo.
It's a lot of people feel like
Yeah.
there's got to be something more here.
But I think Brian's phone call leads to even more why we need something like this. Because Brian, as a fine American man,
Yeah.
can't even wrap his head around the idea that just human touch could exist for a
Yes.
price. There has to be something sexual to it.
Well, yeah, because guys are pigs and girls are going to make money. So, I mean,
That's the way the world works.
Man! All right, Brian, I'll ask you this question. Are guys
All right.
actually pigs, men, or do we feel we have to be that way to uphold the image of masculinity,
Ooh.
man?
I mean, you could be masculine without being a douche.
Hard, though.
How would you know you're not masculine? You can't say you're
But I am
masculine.
a douche.
Look at you got your shining wallpaper socks on with your
My Arctic socks.
platform
It's cold.
bowling shoes. Let me tell you about masculine guys.
Yeah, Tommy is the peak of masculinity, obviously.
Yeah, Brian, thanks for the call, buddy. He got you so good 2 times.
Double zinger.
Brian Doublezing is what they call him. Look, I mean, can
Do they put all the stuffed animals in there to take down the temperature of the room?
Oh, it's kind of hard to try and touch a
when you
woman
feel like
sexually.
you're in a child's bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. There's a Build-A-Bear right there.
Yeah.
Look, Kimmy, you brought up guys, men, women who have lost spouses. Valid
Mm-hmm.
point, right? But there are men who are in marriages that just don't work anymore.
Yeah.
There are single men who literally have no one to touch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's Kimmy who popped in my head when I thought
Yeah.
about this. And the world is not a kind place
Yeah.
to a man who is just looking for someone to cuddle with.
I know a
Cuddle
couple of
and
podcasts
talk
you
to.
can go on. They get extra seats. It's like murderer's row of losers.
No, but if I came
I'm
in,
listening.
if I came in here
Yeah.
and my wife had left me,
Yeah,
my
yeah,
kids
yeah.
are not talking to me, right?
Sure.
And I came to you and I said, I just need someone to touch.
Yeah.
You would laugh in my face.
No, it would take you to the men's room.
Where this gives me a discrete option to fulfill a basic human need.
I would take you to Uncle Tommy's
Nobody-
all-time cuddling kiosk.
Nobody did the joke. You just kept going.
From your loneliness to your mouth.
Okay, let's take a break.
One finger at a time.
$1 a finger?
$1 a finger.
That seems like
That's
a pretty
quite
good bargain.
It's a good bargain, right? I'm having a finger blowout sale.
It's an end of an era in Rochester. Because Kimmy, I mean,
So who tanks? Is it one of your boys?
well, no, when this
This
hit,
fire today.
It's one of your. This is one of your crew.
you need a cuddle session.
No,
what
this
you
is
need.
one of
I
your
got the $40. I'll put it up for
This
you.
is one of your joke ass crew.
Okay.
Joke ass crew. I don't think that this
That
is.
was a show you were on for 20 years.
By the way, I don't think this is a food that Tommy has had in decades.
I don't think this is a food he's ever had.
You don't think he's ever tried?
No.
Oh,
No,
I
I
know
was
he's grossed
fat.
out by it, but I feel like he had to have. He has to have at least tried it.
Listen, when I was fat, I ate.
I'll say this.
What?
When this showed up, it was the most popular thing in town by a mile.
No kidding.
To the point where they went from this kind of way of selling it to actually having a full-blown brick-and-mortar store. And Kimmy, you're right about your take, and we'll touch on that. However, when this showed up, it took over the greater Rochester area, not with just this business, but other restaurants. And this, now closing, is a lesson
Oh,
that no matter how much you love a food in the greater Rochester area, with a handful of exceptions,
yeah,
one day, because of the trends of our region,
yeah.
it will all be gone.
Oh, geez.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. every few years, a food trend will explode in the greater Rochester area.
Yeah. What do they got now?
Well, all of a sudden, everywhere you look, you're bombarded by this certain item. And it's not what we have now. It's what we no longer have.
Oh, man.
Because one day, out of nowhere,
What happened?
it'll be gone. And that may be the reason why this beloved local restaurant and one-time food truck are shutting down forever. And we do need to consider, Tommy,
What's that?
that food that you could be crazy over right now has a time limit.
So you got to go and enjoy it in the moment.
I think so.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. We're a risk versus reward show. And there are some folks in New York State that are taking a risk. They are risking getting caught breaking the law because they don't want to spend this money to use this road.
Oh, so they're chinsing.
Bro, it's become a serious
Road chins?
problem. And I am curious. We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock. Is this about saving money? Or is this about people thinking they're proving a point? We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Say so long to one of Rochester's most unique food places.
Who's going away?
Le Petit Poutine announced they are closing their restaurant and shutting down their food truck
I do it, man.
forever.
You knew
This
what?
Is, this is him. He loves this crap.
I love
What,
it.
you're-
What did you know?
Canadian diaper fries?
So you knew this 13 years ago when
Yeah,
they first
I know.
opened?
You called it 13 years ago.
13 years they've been open.
I don't get
down.
poutine.
13
man.
years. It's weird, Kimmy, because I heard that 90% of businesses close in the first 4 hours, according to Tommy.
I don't get poutine.
So on an instant, we'll get into it.
This is why we got to
We
make him a
know.
state and throw it in the lake. Teach him how to do French fries right.
On an Instagram post,
Yeah.
the owner of Petit Poutine said on February 1st it'll be their last day. And if you're not familiar with the restaurant and their food truck, when they got their start, they've been open 13 years. They had all different kinds of unique poutine, the basic being the fries, gravy, and cheese curd.
Oh, yeah.
They had some with fried egg. They had some with, like, Mexican flavors. Like they had, like, Kimmy,
Different themes.
you got it.
Yeah.
It was amazing. When it hit the scene 13 years ago, it was by far the most popular food truck in Rochester.
So your
I
fry
feel like it was
fad
one of
is
the
over.
first food trucks, really. Like, they kicked off the food truck craze
Oh,
here.
really?
Yeah.
Well, like every event they would show up at, the line would be
Oh,
forever.
yeah.
In fact, they started traveling around the city during the week, and Kimmy and I, at one point,
Mm-hmm.
like deadheads, started following the truck around to go get Le Petit Poutine.
So were they the only ones doing it, or were there other ones?
Well, that's just it. As soon Le Petit Poutine, after a little while, wasn't the only one selling poutine, because all of a sudden, Rochester experienced a poutine boom-teen, if you will.
Yeah, a lot of restaurants added it to
Mm.
their menu. Like, maybe it wasn't like the full-on theme for some places, but you could find poutine at a lot of spots.
Went
after
your
that.
fries
Yeah.
with a side of wad?
After a while, the other places dropped poutine off their menu,
So people didn't want it.
and Petit Poutine was standing alone until now.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems, as valiant as their poutine effort was, the trend is now over. Okay,
All right.
look, I know you're chomping at the bit.
I know.
What is your problem with poutine? It's the 3 best things in the world.
Not together.
Yeah,
Pretty, it's
together.
pretty delicious.
It's a national food of a country.
First of all, cheese curd. Isn't that just the waste when you make cheese?
No, it's cheese.
No, but curd is like
The
what you
cheese
end
doesn't
up
have
with
waste
when you're
to
done.
it.
It's squeaky
It's just cheese.
It's gross.
It's delicious.
It's like a sponge soaked in gravy thrown on top of a French fry.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. It is awesome.
No, it's not good.
I'll tell you the
I
one.
like an American fry with ketchup.
the
Oh,
one-
an American French
Ketchup.
fry.
An American French
American
fry. with
French
ketchup.
fry.
A Freedom American fry.
Got that Thomas
French-
Jefferson brought over
Yes.
from France, prepared in the French style. Go ahead. I'm sorry, kid.
I
Did he
think-
bring it over?
Yeah, he was the first one to serve French fries in America.
Because he's very slender. He kept his weight down.
Well, he only had like 3.
Oh.
I think the problem with poutine for me personally is I don't know whether to
Not
make it.
ladylike.
I don't know whether to make it a meal or a side.
Well, you're gonna make French fries a goddamn meal?
That's what I'm saying.
No,
like
Le
it's
Petit Poutine was a meal.
yeah, it's heavy enough where like I'm full after eating this, but
I
it
hope so.
doesn't feel like a standard lunch. You know what I mean, or dinner.
No, I know what you mean.
I
And
don't
it's,
know what to call it. It's kind of like a weird in between.
yeah, no, that's a good point there because you can get poutine as a side
Yeah,
or share
which-
poutine as
yeah,
an
like
appetizer.
I just think of French fries as like a side, but I mean, there's so much to it that it's heavy enough to make it a meal. But I don't know if I want to eat that as a meal.
But what was great about Le Petit Poutine is you could
What's
make
that?
it a meal. Like they had one that had like brisket on top of the
oh,
poutine.
yeah, I mean yeah.
So you got your meal out. You got your meat,
Oh,
you got
look
your
at that.
fries, you got your gravy, you got your cheese curd. You are such a bitch.
I don't want to go out with some woman with a goddamn French gravy mouth.
Again, bro, I just got a little aroused when you described it that way. You're the only man I know.
I don't like when women don't eat ladylike. And poutining out of a goddamn basket with gravy all over your mouth is not attractive.
So you think that people who don't eat poutine are feminine?
They're the least feminine I've ever seen.
Okay.
They
No.
They
Are
They
Hear
are
me
not
again.
ladies.
He's not
Oh,
listening.
he's not listening.
So if you don't eat poutine, you are feminine, is what you're saying.
You don't eat poutine.
You are feminine. That's your argument.
Well,
poutine is a masculine food. Do
I-
you
I
eat
think
poutine?
it- I think
Do
it's
you
a
eat
man
poutine?
food.
Do you eat poutine?
No.
No, you don't. Shut up.
But I want a gravy mouth.
252 WCMF.
I used to have a gravy mouth.
When was the last time you had gravy? Period.
Tuesday when I was at Pat's mom's house.
No, I was gonna do a sodomizing you joke.
I had some of that good Duffy gravy.
252 WC. 252-9263. Le Petit Poutine started as a food truck, opened up a brick and mortar store. 13 years in business, one of the most popular places in town for a long time.
I am surprised with the fatties around here that they didn't keep it open.
No, I mean people went. It stayed open for 13 years.
Yeah, but
I mean that's.
But it sounds like people don't want it anymore.
No, that's not what the woman who owns it in the Instagram post
What'd she
said.
say?
It's a small business issue. It's not a folks not wanting it
She
issue.
just can't make it work.
I mean, I don't know. She didn't get into a lot of detail. In
Could
the
make those
Instagram
gravy numbers work.
post. Look, I kept DMing her, begging her, please don't do this. Please don't do this.
So are they having some big blowout party?
They say they're going to be open 5 days a week instead of their standard 4 until they close on the 1st. And I don't know if you can.
That's around the corner, man.
I still don't know if you can. I don't know if you can still book the food truck. I'm not sure if they're just
okay.
going to work out the days they have
Oh.
there. Okay, but
just for specific things.
getting away from poutine.
Yeah.
You know, as we talked about, when this showed up 13 years ago, it took Rochester by storm. It was a food trend, but food trends come and go.
Oh, sure.
252 WCMF. How long does a food trend last in Rochester?
Well, some hang and some don't.
Well, I mean the you're are you talking about like the garbage plate? Like that's
Well,
our
it's not a
identity.
trend.
Yeah. That's
But even like sushi joints, they
So,
don't seem.
is sushi like sushi? Is that the
Well,
Swish version of sushi? Can I get the sushi?
You know what I mean? The fish.
He sound like he got gravy mouth, you bitch ass bitch.
They make a fish mouth.
Sushi.
Wonder where I got that
Shut
from.
up. You were saying?
Sushi seems to have hang.
Okay, I don't think sushi was a fad. I think sushi's here to stay.
But that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. Like, but it started out like it went from nothing to like it's all over the place.
Okay, Kimmy.
So that hung.
Okay. What I mean is,
What?
you're right. There are some things that show up
Mhm.
and they stick forever. I think sushi's one of those things.
Mhm.
But as we speak, let me give an example.
Okay.
We are in the middle of the Rochester fried chicken explosion.
Right.
Right? It's amazing. But eventually, history tells us that most of these fried chicken places will disappear. We saw it with cupcakes in Rochester. We are starting to see it with Mediterranean food a little bit in
Yeah,
Rochester.
too much.
Lest we not forget the chicken sandwich wars of 2019.
Indian food.
Right? Well, no, but I think Indian food might be hanging too.
Yeah, like
And that-
Chinese food. Yeah.
That might have something to do with more Indian folks moving into the area. I don't know. But like, if you're super in to the trend of the time, how long do you have to enjoy that food before it all starts to go away? Because I'll be honest with you, every once in a while, I would like a kick-ass cupcake.
Mm-hmm.
And those cupcake places don't exist anymore.
No, you got to go to like a bakery and they'll have cupcakes, but not places specifically dedicated to cupcakes.
No, but I want a straight up pure uncut.
So there's
quality.
still one hanging in Shone Place that I don't know how.
straight up just cupcakes.
And it's way tucked in the back of that joint.
Oh, you're talking about backdoor cupcakes.
Oh, yeah. Only brownies.
Do you think that the food trends? I would say the food trends last about as long as like diet trends, because
Oh.
also those two things can
Like South Beach and all that stuff.
can affect each other. You know what I mean?
They tuned to the break room to listen to man naming diets trying to
Well, I'm
include
trying to think
himself
of diet trends. That one always Atkins.
Keto was a
Atkins,
big
yep.
one like a couple years ago, and I wonder if like that also has an effect on what foods that come and go.
I would say 5 years.
So 5 is your limit.
Yeah.
Okay.
From start to finish.
Well, I want to. Kimmy brings up an interesting point because actually we have a direct tie to something she's touching on.
What are you talking about?
Well, Atkins you brought up.
Yeah.
Diet trends. Lest we forget the bread explosion of the late 1990s, early 2000s. Remember when Montana Mills was on every corner?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Bread companies.
Yes, I mean bread companies. Harvest
Yeah.
Bread Company, Montana Mills Bread
Yeah.
Company, Italian bakeries were building palaces made of gold with all the money they were making. And then Atkins took over, and
And
every
goodbye.
one of those places disappeared.
Yeah. It killed Krispy Kreme in this town.
You're right. You're
Oh, that's
right.
another one.
So maybe it's Kimmy. You might be right. Maybe it's not so much about how we feel about foods. Maybe it's about diet trends that
Yeah.
push these foods
Yeah.
out of our lives.
You know, ways people
Right.
feel like they're eating healthier.
You know, there is another theory as to why these places all end up closing.
What's that?
Again, talking about Le Petit Poutine, 13 years ago, started as a food truck. They opened a brick and mortar store a couple of years ago. They announced on February 1st they are closing forever. Rochester is a worse place now for it.
Okay.
It's also possible that when these food explosions happen and they get popular,
Yeah.
the amount of places that open up to serve this food cannibalize each other.
Oh, yeah. It gets oversaturated, just like your fries.
Like if we use fried chicken again as an example, as we're in this fried chicken boom. If I want fried chicken today, I can go to Chicken Out, Dickie's Hot Chicky, Cluck If You Buck, Chick Magnet, Dave's Hot Chicken, Nashville's Hot Chicken. I can keep going, but you
Yeah.
get my point.
I know.
That sounds like way too many fried
course
chicken
it
places.
is.
So
Because are you eating it? And it also has to be a food that like you could eat regularly. Where I don't know how many people are getting that every day, or
Yeah, you can't
multiple
eat-
times a week.
shouldn't eat fried chicken every day.
Right.
Shouldn't eat
Probably.
poutine every day.
I don't think that helps.
Oh, fried chicken poutine. Maybe if we get one of the fried chicken places to team up with Le
Combo.
Poutine
Oh,
Poutine.
just bring it all together?
Oh.
Throw a cereal bowl in there for breakfast?
Bro, it's cheese. By the way, cereal place still open
How?
because it's popular.
Really?
By the way, fried chicken, gravy, cheese, and fries sounds amazing.
All right.
Shut up.
Well, it's
now,
like
now you try
diner.
to sound like a man.
Well, now it's diner food.
Yeah.
You know?
And
But you already got diners in this town to get that. Give me some Gitsies.
I guess what I'm getting, by the way, doesn't exist anymore.
know.
Okay. What I'm getting at, Kimmy, is if you didn't have 12 places open up when one place finds a good idea,
But that's the way it always goes, right?
maybe these foods would last forever.
Yeah.
Because like when 12 open and they all have to split that
Right.
money,
Right. Everybody gets greedy, man. They think they're going to jump on it, too.
so maybe we should have the government step in.
Ooh, regulations.
Okay, so like you can, because fun fact, do you know that you can't patent a food?
You can.
No.
So like if you have a special recipe for something.
So there's different like kind of like weird rules, but like let's say I invent like a sandwich.
Okay.
I can't patent that sandwich.
All right.
That sandwich can invent. I can call it something. And
Yeah,
I
you
can't
can
call it that.
trademark the actual name of the
Gotcha.
sandwich.
But-
they can't use it.
Yes, but I can't prevent someone else from making
Like a
this-
Big Mac.
Same sandwich.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, like another place could, if they figure out what's in the sauce, make a Big Mac and sell it if they wanted to. So, like, if we allowed people to patent foods, it may prevent this oversaturation explosion and make the foods last longer so we have more time to enjoy them.
Okay, all right.
Just thinking out loud here.
Not
Yeah,
bad.
but then we don't benefit because what if somebody does that food better, but they can't sell it?
Yeah, then you're locked
You
in.
know?
But you just
Okay.
call it something else, maybe.
Because,
Yeah.
like, the
Well,
first-
no, because you had the food. You're
yeah,
right. That's
because
a good.
the first one that opens isn't always the best one. Like sometimes other ones come along and you're like, ooh, I've been missing out.
That's a really good point that I didn't think of.
Hmm.
All right, I withdraw my idea. I'm sorry, that was a really stupid idea. You know, like when it comes to foods, it's stuck forever. You brought up sushi. You're right about that.
Yeah.
I think barbecue's another one.
Oh, yeah. Barbecue. Because it's so. You can do barbecue so many ways.
But 30
And
years
you can make them high end and you can make them a shack.
You're right. But 30 years ago, Rochester was not a barbecue
No,
town.
was not.
And I know that Sticky Lips closed, but that was more a retirement situation than it was
Yeah.
not being popular. But like, there's barbecue joints in every town now.
Yeah.
And they're good.
And you got the dinosaur, which is like a palace.
Yeah.
There's also some chain ones around too that have opened up.
What ones?
Isn't like is Mission?
Oh, Mission Barbecue.
I
Yep,
think
on
there's
Jefferson Road.
another one too.
It's
Somebody's
famous,
telling
famous
me about.
Dave's closed. They had those all-you-can-eat riblets on Fridays.
Yeah, you put them out of business. You and your brother.
We might have. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. You ever spend 2.5 hours in a famous Dave's eating all-you-can-eat riblets? Because I have. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
You called this chintz,
Sounds like it.
and you might be right. You might be right. But Tommy, sometimes when people do stuff like this, citizens of the state of New York, it's not so much about the money,
Yeah.
it's about a message.
Oh.
Because there are folks that do not like that they have to spend anything to take a trip down this road,
Oh.
and others that argue, fine, I'll pay something, but this is absolutely
So how are
ridiculous.
they getting around it?
Well, there are actually now products you can buy
Oh.
to beat the new system that the state of New York installed. And they are sick of it because they are losing a fortune. And it sounds like to catch or prevent these things, some stuff's about to go down. And we'll get into it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. this is becoming a massive problem
What happened?
for the state of New York. They say this money is needed to maintain a very important part of the state.
Yeah.
Yet some folks have figured out how to game the system, and a lot of people are doing it. The most bizarre part,
Yeah.
what they're doing as of now may not be as against the law as you think,
So it's not totally illegal.
at least for a short little while longer.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. Did you see that video from the mall on Monday night?
I saw. What happened?
Oh, my God. I mean, you want to talk about a brazen act of a smash and
that's
grab.
that
Out of a
kid, yeah.
movie.
No, kid da
Well, I only said the kids.
Kid da a lot of kid da and we will catch you up on everything that went down. And I mean, we say allegedly, but there's video of what
But it
happened.
was at Degree Small, right?
Yes, yeah. And we'll tell you all the details. That being said, there's one thing that nobody is talking about that is mind-blowing about this story,
How much they got?
and how much was there.
I heard it was all in the tens.
You make a joke. Did you see what they got?
No.
We'll get to it just after 7:30 here at the break room on CMF. Headline in the Democrat Chronicle this week.
What did I say?
Quote, drivers deploying tricks to avoid New York State thruway tolls
Look at-
causing massive revenue loss.
Look at these chintz asses. And I can. You know why? All y'all that park out on the street will be pulling that. Because
What?
all of you chintzes that won't use the parking because you think you're saving a little bit. This is all you.
Saving a lot.
Can I give you the details before you go off like Carl Arm with stuff you don't know what you're talking about?
Possibly not.
Okay. Tommy, did you know
What's that?
that in 2024 the state lost over $600,000 in motorists hiding or altering their license plate
Look
from
at
toll
these
cameras?
What a waste.
That is 50% more than the year before, and in the last 2 years, just from
Yeah.
people hiding or altering their license plate, the state lost over $1.2 million just on the thruway.
But they want to take the throughway.
Yes, they took the thruway.
Right.
They have altered their things. And I want to be very, very clear. This does not include bridge tolls. This does not include New York City and all those tolls.
Well, all the easy passes,
This
basically.
is, but
right?
this is just
New
the
York State,
thruway.
yeah.
No, it does not include downstate, does not include border crossings, just the thruway.
Wow.
And these folks are deploying all kinds of tricks. For example, the most basic of move, one story details a motorcyclist who is caught leaning back and covering his plate with his hand when he goes through the toll camera. There are then, Tommy, the more high-tech people. There are what's called vanish plates or license covers. Have you heard of these?
So it's like a plate you put over your plate.
So it can be deployed with the push of a button
Oh,
This is
fancy.
James Bond.
from the driver's
She's
seat.
also scored out an oil slick.
Well, here's the thing. If you were to drive around with something over your plate at all times, you're going to get pulled over.
Yeah.
When you're about to go through the gate, the way I
You
understand
hit a
it.
button and like it lowers it.
Now,
What are you spending?
252 WCMF. I know there are people that have them. You can change your name. Can you explain how these things work?
What I want to know what it costs to do that because you want to chintz out on tolls.
Kimmy, can you Google what the cost of a vanish plate is? I mean, bro, you're forgetting. Kimmy and I grew up in the age of neon light car modification.
I saw y'all going around.
So, like, there were kids in Greece that were 17 that knew how to install these
It's
things.
actually not that bad. It's about $170.
Well,
They
I don't
call
get
it
the work
retractable
involved.
stealth plate vanishers.
And you know they're going to figure this out.
Well, so here's the thing.
But
There's more simple, less technological ways to do this, too. There are reflective numbers or letters you can buy online. Have you seen these?
Oh,
Never.
so it can't even be read in a picture kind of thing?
so you put that over the numbers on your plate.
So you only need like one or two. So let's say I get a number 1, which they make for the state of New York. They have them made for each individual plate.
So you drop that over your number.
You put it over your number. To the naked eye, you can't tell. But when the license plate is photographed, the number disappears, making reading the plate impossible. So you believe, Tommy, that these people are doing this because they're chintz.
Yeah.
Okay?
Like how much money are you saving? I mean, unless you drive to New York every day, this city, how much are you spending?
Okay.
Then take a back road. I mean, it ain't the only road.
It ain't the only. Put that on a T-shirt, sell it in the rock shop.
I mean, you got 5 and 20.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's less about being chintz and more just the state's not getting my money.
I think Kimmy's right.
But that's you sad.
Oh, look, whether or not it's sad.
Which is weird because you were fine with the tolls. It's more the camera thing that bothers you. I
Well,
guess?
but you couldn't avoid the tolls, right? Like the booth, when the booth was there, you either had to
You drove
True.
through that gate and you handed them your money.
exactly, or you went to the easy pass, you got pulled over if there was a cop sitting there.
Yeah,
Now,
it pinched you immediately.
exactly. Now you have the ability to commit what is essentially it's a crime.
Right.
All right, so the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And again, I know there are people out there listening that do this. I know there are people out there listening that are furious with the toll system and the way that the state does it. Are the folks that are avoiding these tolls, are they doing it because they're chins to save money, or are they doing it to protest, prove a point?
The principle of the thing.
The state of New York.
You know what's going to piss me off?
What?
Like, let's say they go, you know what? All right, screw it. We're just going to put the toll booths back. I'm going to be pissed because I love this system.
I mean,
it's so easy.
I also love the system.
It's so, I don't have to dig out cash. I don't have to.
Well, and they already have this in other states, right? Like, I mean, there are other places where they've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah,
we're just new to it.
I mean, you know how it changes. I mean, hell,
Yeah.
when they changed, was it in Washington? People weren't allowed to pump their gas like in New Jersey.
Right, yeah.
They changed that a couple of years ago. And if you go read some of the comments from people that pumped their gas for the first time, it's the funniest damn thing you've ever heard. I was lightheaded all day because I had gas on my hands after I touched the pump. I mean, it's a fight for change.
I know.
That's what it is. But look, I'm with you. I mean, we had a job where we traveled for a living across the country.
Oh, my God. It was misery because we were all so broke.
Yeah.
Like, I was digging for dimes to get to Wisconsin.
Digging for dimes. Wasn't that your one TV credit you got? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. So it's about to get even more strange.
Whatever.
Because what is being done here is illegal. But it may not be illegal as of now as you think. But before we get there, 252-WCMF, let's talk to Kevin. Hey, Kev, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's up?
Yo.
Yeah, if Tommy was more chintz, he'd have $70 extra for his booze.
I don't get it.
He just got pinched 3 times over on 490.
Oh, right. No, he would actually have $250 extra.
Yes, I would.
Yeah, he would have that, yeah.
Well, 170 for the freaking plate, and then the rest of it would have been for his freaking chain.
Oh, good point. A lot of freakins in there. Kevin, are you a guy that is sneaking around not paying his tolls on the thruway?
No, I'd pay my toll.
Ah, the way you hesitated, Kevin. I don't
He
know.
don't like it.
The cops are on their way to your house, buddy.
Kevin doesn't like paying for
I
the
drive-
tolls.
I drive truck for a living. I have no choice. I'll lose my license if
Okay.
I don't.
So you're forced to do it, but you don't want to do it.
Well, nobody wants
Of course.
You don't want to give the Army your money to support the military.
What?
And to pay for the beautiful bombs we have.
Wait a minute. The tolls don't go to the military.
It all
They-
goes
They
into the-
support the road. They
Part of it goes to the military.
No, the road. None of that money goes to the military.
Some of the money goes for bombs.
Kevin, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Let's talk to. All right, I'm going to ask you a question.
Good.
Because we try and base where the takes are going to be
Yeah.
on names.
All right.
Do you think that this man named Gavin is okay with tolls or anti-tolls?
I'm going to say Gavin, he's soft. Super soft.
Okay.
He's a soft boy.
Soft black.
But I'm not sure about the toll
Okay.
situation. But I'm going to go.
You just wanted to take a shot at Gavin.
I'm going to say he's soft, anti-toll.
All right. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Gavin. Gavin, did he hit it on the head?
Yeah, no, he's dead wrong. I'm not soft, Tommy. I love you, though. You're fucking awesome.
Gavin.
So,
Gavin, stop.
So
You
this
can't-
is hard.
Gavin, you
Kevin,
can't. Hold
Gavin.
on. Gavin, you can't curse. Please don't curse.
oh, my bad. I love you, Tommy, but no, I'm anti-toll. I think they're stupid. I think they're ridiculous. They get enough money as is. Plus, what does our money even go to?
The
And I
pavement.
remember when I go running up to, I go up to PA sometimes. I pick up Mack trucks. I'd drive them back. And I'd go with my buddy, and we would just have dealer plates right in our windshield, and we'd flip them. The second we saw the tolls, we'd just flip our dealer plates over.
All right, but Gavin, you say you don't like paying the toll. Like, what's your biggest issue with paying a toll on the thruway?
Just because I think it's ridiculous we have to pay on a road that we already pay taxes for. It's like we pay our state taxes every day. Why do I have to pay to drive on this road as well? I think that's ridiculous.
Okay, now I'm not
But if
going
you go to PA, don't they also have tolls?
Yeah.
What'd you say? I'm sorry, I had a call coming through.
If you're driving through PA to pick stuff up, aren't you also going through tolls in other states?
No, we only went through a couple tolls because through PA, but I'm talking mainly New York State. We go
Right, but
we
you're-
go right on the edge.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
go right
All
on the
right.
edge.
All right,
Taking it to the edge.
But Gavin, I'll ask you this question. Look, I'm not saying your opinion's wrong. I mean, God bless you. You can think whatever you want here. I mean, how much have you looked into where your tax money that you pay goes versus where the money that you pay for the tolls goes?
That's very true. That's very true. I'm not going to get out of that one bet.
Get out there.
All right, yeah, that's all right. Gavin, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Because you just said it went to the military, which it does not.
No, I think it just goes to maintain the roads and to pay for the state troopers and stuff like that. And the the trooper barracks and all that stuff.
And also the idea behind it, which is also
And the plowing.
well, the other problem is the idea with the throughway is it's through the state.
Yeah.
So you're also sharing the burden with people that don't live in New York. So
Right,
we're not
right, that's
footing
what
the
I mean.
entire bill. There's people from out of state that are also paying these tolls to help take care of the road. But they don't go after people from out of state that don't pay the tolls.
True.
So it's up to like the honor system. Okay. So here's where it gets strange.
What happened?
Phone number is 252-WCMF. Again, we're talking about how the state of New York is losing a fortune on the throughway.
Yeah.
In the last 2 years, $1.2 million in lost revenue from people that are just altering their plates to not have to pay tolls.
Yeah.
I'd like to read you a paragraph from the story in the Democrat and Chronicle.
All right, what they say?
Are you ready? Quote, the Hochul administration is pursuing legislation that would prohibit the sale of so-called vanish plates or license covers, and the state wants to make it a crime of theft of services to use a toll facility, not pay it. So I understand that using the plate cover is illegal.
Yeah.
It has to be, right? It's
Yeah.
a government-issued
Right.
item.
It's a document.
But it's not illegal to sell the things that cover up
Which is
your license
amazing.
plate.
Like, how is that legal?
I don't know. I mean, it may not be legal for much longer.
It
Maybe they were.
shouldn't be.
Maybe they were unaware they existed.
Because you could also mask the plate for other things, like when the cops would come through, like reading plates in like parking lots. and
Yep,
stuff.
all
It
that
would have
stuff.
the same effect.
Yes, I mean it goes back to the discussion we had about
Yeah.
the cameras in Greece a couple of
Right.
days ago. Also, it's not a crime of theft of services because, like, there are.
It is.
No, but there are fines when you don't pay a toll. But like, what happens if I continue to not pay the toll? Like, can they take? I understand they can take my license away, and my registration, but I'm never going to go to jail unless they change this.
I
law.
always thought they could issue like a bench warrant, put a lien on your property, stuff
Okay,
like that.
but see, you say that for everything that you think is illegal.
Yes.
You told me if I didn't mow my lawn, they were going to
They will
issue a
put a
bench
lien on your
warrant. And
property.
they will not do that. None of that will happen.
And I don't know what a lien is, but it doesn't sound good.
252 WCMF. It's what you have to do because your legs are slowly losing strength when you stand up. There is something else it looks like the state has started doing, which is also going to be very hard to enforce.
I
Kimmy.
would think. I would think it'd be almost impossible.
But before we get there, 252 WCMF, let's talk to Anthony. Hey, Tony. How are you, brother?
I'm doing good. I've got an opinion about these tolls.
Oh, I bet you do, T. Let him have it, T. Unload, baby.
On the point of the plate covers, they are still. I mean, you're not supposed to get plate covers. If you go to Walmart.com or Amazon or that, you can't even get them shipped to a New York address. I might have got one off of Temu.
Okay.
But
hold on. But let me stop you. I'm not.
Does it work?
I'm not judging. I do want to find out about this, but I mean, it does. According to this paragraph, Anthony, it says they're pursuing legislation to prohibit the sale, which tells me that right now you can buy them in New York if I'm reading it the right way.
I'm not sure where.
Okay,
because
so-
I looked all over Amazon and everywhere,
He's
and
shocked.
my mother-in-law actually wanted it, so she ordered it, and I got a dark smoke cover. They still read the plate, but they don't sell. You can't buy any covers online and have them shipped
I
to
do
New
have a
York.
que-
so
how
I guess
much?
I'm
How much was it?
The Vanish plate.
like
Yeah.
$10.
$10.
The Vanish plate was $10.
Well, I don't know. It doesn't block the cameras. It still picks it up. It's just like a dark smoke cover.
Okay.
Any clear covers, period, they didn't want to sell online and have delivered to New York.
All right, but Andy, you said you had some thoughts on these tolls. What are those thoughts?
Okay, so the rest of the country works just fine without tolls on their highways.
That's
Why
not.
is
That's
it that
hold
New
on.
York
Wait, no,
needs
that's
it?
not true. There's lots of
Other
states that have tolls.
countries, other countries,
There-
other
there's
states
no-
have tolls on their highways.
Some, not that many. If you go
lot.
west, you not that many, and it's only the interstates.
Well, yeah,
So
that's
when you buy gas, if you look at it, there's gas tax. That's what pays for the roads. So why do we need tolls here to pay for the roads?
Because that's a federal road, not a state
And
road.
the
But
tolls
the
have
gas
always
is
been
the
there.
gas.
This is
The
just
ga-
a new
the
way
gas-
of
there's
using the
federal tax
tolls.
and
I don't
state
get.
tax for the gas.
I don't want the bridge to fall down
I mean,
when I drive over it.
Tommy does make a valid point here, Anthony. Like, if we talk about infrastructure the last couple of years with bridges and roads, like,
I want it fixed.
well, I mean, you go look at all the stories Berkeley Breen did a couple of years ago, and you look at the crumbling of things that we can see. I can't see what I'm driving over on the thruway
No.
or any other toll road. If you're asking me to pay the $3 and it means the bridge ain't going to fall down,
I'm in.
I'm kind of okay with that.
I don't need a pothole the size of my car.
But they're still there.
No, I will say this, Anthony, and look, again, I have no interest whether or not, I don't care if you pay your tolls on throughway, whatever,
Yeah.
God bless you, right? But I just drove through Pennsylvania's toll roads for a hockey tournament with my daughter.
Yeah.
They are awful.
Yeah, they're really
like,
bad.
It made the throughway look
Yeah.
like the Taj Mahal compared
Like,
to these other.
I remember driving to school and crossing over like the New York-Pennsylvania border, and
Rumble
holy
Road.
crap! Yes.
I think that's the same with a lot of states. You go from like different states and like you can tell when you cross the border, but I think that's more of like a state policy thing. I don't think it has anything to do with the toll roads. I mean, the tolls were initially put in and they weren't supposed to be long term. How much of the toll money that we're paying in goes to these now new updated tolls or the toll booth workers or hiring? I mean, I haven't seen where the toll money exactly goes.
No, you just told me.
Like,
It goes to tolls, the troll under the toll bridge.
Wait, you got to pay the troll toll?
He needs paid. I feel like it's unnecessary and it's an extra tax. Is what it is, I guess.
Right.
No, Anthony,
Hey,
I'm not here to tell you wrong, buddy.
Hey, bro.
We're just here to laugh at you. That's all.
Shade
Take
on.
that.
Tony, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Okay, so we got texts coming in, tweets coming in.
So what do they say?
It says, dude, the problem with the tolls in the thruway is they were supposed to be temporary. 70 years ago, they were started, and they're still increasing. Once the state gets a hit of revenue, they can't stop.
Oh, they get a taste.
And by the way, that is a true fact. When they opened the thruway, they were only supposed to be a temporary thing, and apparently, at least according to the state, the road was more expensive to maintain than they anticipated.
Okay.
But I do find it funny with Anthony, right? Where he's like, yeah, when you get off the toll road in another state, it gets worse, but what's our money going to?
I'm just confused
I just want
because
chipped teeth while I drive.
I just wonder if they never changed the way they collected tolls, right? Because that's the only thing that changed here is the way that they're collecting
Yes.
your toll money. Would people even be thinking about the tolls as much as they are to
No,
the
because you
point where
couldn't get
they're
away with it back in the day because you had to drive through that gate and hand your money.
I'm just baffled by
Yeah.
the anger because it's nothing's changed.
Are you what are you baffled by? There's anger with everything. Everything is
No, but
anger
I'm
now.
saying, like, I get, like, if they all of a sudden implemented tolls that we didn't have before, I can understand the anger over that. You're still, it's just a different way of paying for the tolls. I don't understand.
So again, as we're talking
An
about
easier way. It makes it easier for everybody.
So again, as we're talking about the $1.2 million, the state says they lost in the last 2 years just on the thruway. That does not include downstate, doesn't include toll bridges, all this stuff, just on the 90, from people altering their license plates to get away with it. They have another way they can stop this from happening.
What's that?
The State Thruway Authority.
Oh, I thought you were going to say gun turrets.
It's called exclusion of vehicles from the thruway system for non-compliance.
Oh, yeah, I love that bill.
You ready?
Yeah.
Quote, vehicles violating any of the rules and regulations of the thruway, as well as other vehicles, blah, 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 may be excluded from the thruway system permanently.
So you're banned.
Yes, or for a specified time. Violators of such rules or regulations shall be subject to the penalties made, blah, 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 blah. So you would essentially be banned from the thruway. But, Kimmy, you had a really good question.
How would they enforce? Like, I've never heard of getting banned from a road. Like, you cannot drive down this road again in your life. I don't get how they would enforce that.
Oh, you get caught.
Like, maybe
Yes.
you get caught, you get a ticket, but how? Okay. I mean, people are still going to try it.
So apparently this was adopted in October.
Okay.
I don't know if they're enforcing it, but I've never heard of this before, that you could be banned from the thruway.
Yeah, I guess.
But I mean, I guess the idea is if they read your plate
Yeah.
or you get pulled over and it comes up as your ban, maybe you're like,
They'll pull your license or something?
I don't know. It just says penalties made and provided. These regulations, the statute, will start under. And like the
Is that the
funniest,
first time, like, I guess I've just never heard of being banned from an area, like driving through an area.
I mean, I can't think of another example of it, but I'm not really up on my road banning facts. All right, look, I mean, just be aware if you are someone who
You're cheating.
You're using these things. And again, look, I'm not here to tell you. I'm not going to shake my fist at you. I'm not going to get as angry as you are.
I pay my taxes, Pet.
No, you don't. Your wife pays the taxes in the house.
Well,
that you don't own.
somebody's paying them. They get paid.
Just a heads up.
What?
If you are doing this, it sounds like the consequences for purchasing these
It's
things
over, baby.
and for doing what you're doing could be getting more severe. So just, you use your best discretion.
Pony up, tight ass.
Speaking of severe,
What?
this video is insane.
Yeah.
Insane. A group out in like 60 seconds. And what they walked away with is jaw-dropping. Because, look, I know you're making a West Side joke, you dick. But I would not have thought.
Gold by the inch. How much you get? 10 foot.
I would not have thought that any mall jewelry store would be carrying this much.
Okay.
You want to dance?
But bro,
you want to dance?
It's jewelry.
Did you see it?
It's jewelry.
Did you see the number?
You know they can.
Did you
You know
see
they can.
the number? Answer the question.
How many Rolexes did they get?
Did you see the number?
No.
We'll
I
get it. I will tell you the number.
It's inflated.
Tell you the number. Next year in the break room. WCMF. This video looks like it's out of a movie,
Yeah.
and it happened right in our backyard. And we're going to talk about the actual crime committed because it is surprising.
Yeah.
But there is something somehow more surprising than the video everyone saw because you wouldn't think this place had this much on hand. And I know you think you have a hot, brilliant take, but I'm begging you to let me explain the story to people listening.
I'm dying to hear it.
Before you come in and go, oh, let me tell you how the world really works. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You can watch a man try to give his brilliant take.
Yeah.
The Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, and Twitch. The Break Room, WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. Our live stream is up. It is going. It's been 3 days. I'm never going to get used to those stupid effing headphones. And if you haven't seen them yet, you can tweet at us at WCMF Break Room what Tommy looks like in his new headphones.
I love them. They're super comfortable.
All of that brought to you by Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, those headphones would not fit through the front door. An insane video that showed up on the news last night involving a crime that happened on Greece.
What happened?
On Monday night, 8 suspects, police say ranging from ages 15 to 25, were part of a group that committed a smash and grab at Dubai Jewelry at the mall at Greece Ridge. Now, the incident happened around 6:45. 6 of the 8 in the group went into the store, and when they say smash and grab, it does not get more accurate of a description than that.
Yeah.
So there were 2 baseball bats involved. A few of the people jumped the counter, while the rest smashed up a display, and they all started grabbing stuff. 2 mall security guards confronted the suspects. One was threatened with a baseball bat.
Okay.
The other had a bat thrown at them,
Okay.
which,
Maybe
if
you
this
lost your bet.
well, if this was the Major League Baseball, that would have started a bench clearing brawl,
yeah.
right? The whole incident really only took like less than 60 seconds.
That's
they
it.
got in.
They knew their business.
Yeah, they got in, they smashed, they got what they wanted, and they got the hell out of there.
Yeah.
Police say they fled in a dark Chevy Malibu, which was later recovered unoccupied. They are asking anyone with any information to call 911 or the Greece Police Department. And like I said, if you watch the video, it is just jaw-dropping.
Yeah.
Right? They know what they're doing.
Oh, yeah.
They're in, they're out.
It looks pro.
It's surgical.
Yeah.
Right? But it's not the most insane part of the story.
What is, Pat?
It is being reported by every news station in town that these criminals got away with $90,000 worth of jewelry.
That's just nose rings.
You waited, and that
Yeah,
was the
that-
first
he
joke.
I don't
was
want to get
so
delayed.
ready to
That was the
go.
first
I was
joke.
going to
that's
do the
why.
vagina.
Oh, yeah. I
Yeah,
was
blame
gonna
it on the delay.
Gonna do it. You could have said vagina ring.
I know.
It doesn't sound as good.
Okay. Yeah, by the way, if you do the math,
Yeah.
60-second smash and grab, $90,000 in jewelry, that's a $5.4 million an hour side
All
hustle.
right, yeah. It's
I
not
mean,
bad.
think about it. Like one handful of stuff is worth a lot. You know, it's small items.
Okay, but here's the thing. 90 grand. The video is remarkable just for what we're seeing. But I think the craziest part of this story
Yeah.
is that a mall jewelry store had more than, because they didn't get everything,
Yeah.
$90,000.
With inventory.
That
Yeah.
surprises you, really?
Yes. Yes.
I just think that stuff adds up so fast. That wouldn't surprise me.
Are you surprised by 90,000?
Not really, only
Yeah.
because jewelry is so marked up.
Oh, is that what it is? Is
No,
that what it is?
it's just a-
Okay, uncut Tommy.
Oh, it's a 200% markup.
But it's still
Easy.
okay. I understand, but the value of it retail still
And
exists,
bro, that's what they're saying they lost. Well, it's 90 grand, man. I got 7 reels of gold gone.
I mean, I would assume most jewelry stores, period, have. I mean, I don't know, how much the total is, but I would think you can easily grab, tens of thousands of dollars of stuff.
Okay.
I would think like an average, like your standard jewelry store.
Sure.
Yeah.
I would think it has probably like $500,000 worth of inventory.
Okay, so let's talk this out. And the phone number is 252.
Retail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Phone number is 252-WCMF. And again, all three of us are naive and ignorant to this, so we don't know what the actual answer is. We're all guessing.
Well, I don't wear jewelry. Kimmy don't.
The only jewelry I have is made out of rubber.
Look at you. Rubber jewelry.
Well, I got my
Apple Watch.
My Apple Watch.
Yeah.
Halfway close my move ring. Anyway, I understand that your standalone jewelry stores that are bigger
Yeah.
may have a ton of inventory, but those places have security out the wazoo. A
Yeah.
lot of them have security guards on the inside of them.
Sure.
Right? And I don't know how to put this.
I mean, but they build them to be secure like that
Yeah,
too. You
understood.
know what I mean? Like they take every precaution.
when it comes to a mall jewelry store, in my head,
And this isn't a chain.
no,
This is like, these are local guys?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. But like
Bobby Dubai, I think, owns the joint.
the mall is more exposed.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I would imagine you can't put the same amount of security in a mall jewelry
I would
store.
No,
think
because
like
then
the
it would
mall's got
discourage-
their own security around it anyway.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
I said, there was 2 security guards there anyway when they tried to pull this off.
And you wouldn't want to have so much security that you discourage people from walking in, right? Checking stuff out.
Not to mention, most of the time, mall jewelry stores are much smaller
Yeah.
than your standalone
Sure.
jewelry stores that you see. So, yes, I understand. I assume that a standalone jewelry store in a town would have over $90,000 worth of stuff. I did not think
Yeah.
that a mall jewelry store would not only have $90,000 worth of stuff, that stuff wouldn't be locked. Like, I understand, okay, one ring, blah. But if I got more than one ring, I'm going to lock that somewhere where they can't get smashed and grab it.
True.
Right?
I wonder how big the joint is.
I've walked by it before. It's like a corner place right near the food court there in Greece.
So it's not big.
I mean, not compared to like standalone
Yeah.
jewelry
I
stors.
mean, there's still a lot of stuff in there.
No, yeah, understood. I mean, did these guys know what the most valuable stuff was?
Obvious. It sounds like they did. It's based on the fact they got in and out so fast.
I would think they just grabbed as much as possible.
But they could have cased the joint, know right where to go.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean,
It's open, so
when you watch the video, you do get that impression, and I'm saying that just as someone who watched
they
it.
knew their business.
Yeah, like they knew where they were going. They knew what they were going to do. So 252 WCMF, with these 8 suspects that are still on the loose after this smash and grab jewelry theft, $90,000 worth of jewelry taken from the Dubai jewelry store at the mall at Grease Ridge. Kimmy, there was something else you saw in the video that stood out to you and is
What happened?
bothering you a little bit?
It was this was a still shot, I think, from the video, or it was some of the pictures that they posted. There's one of the suspects jumping over the counter, and it seems as though he may have lost a little bit of his pants on the way over.
Okay.
A lot of butt crack in
Oh.
that photo.
So there's straight, pure, uncut butt crack.
Pure uncut butt crack. And
On
I was
13
thinking,
women.
like, you're committing like a badass, pretty badass theft, but your butt crack showing.
Do we have butt recognition cameras now?
Yeah, it keeps going off whenever it lands in your face.
Like, I think a belt would have assisted you in this robbery.
Okay.
a
Yeah,
but
little
you wanna
bit,
look
you know?
cool, you
Yeah,
know.
but when you're losing your pants, it's hard to look cool.
All right, serious question.
Hmm.
Do you think people care what they look like when they're committing a crime like this?
No. I mean, you just don't want to be recognized. That's all you care about.
Understood, but I mean, look, it's bad, obviously.
But I think some thought goes into the
Outfit?
initial outfit,
Okay.
right?
We all want to match.
Well, like,
We're a team here.
we have talked about, and again, this is a crime. Find these people, arrest these people, obviously. But we have talked about how most men have a crime fantasy, whether it's like coming down on a wire and robbing a bank, or like going in and stealing some
But
diamond.
you're going to be in solid black.
Well, which all of these guys are.
Right.
I am willing to bet that you do give yourself a glance in the mirror to see if you look
All right.
badass enough.
It's buttoned up.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, you're right. You're going to be on TV.
And you probably want to look somewhat scary, right? Like you want the people
Intimidating.
that you're.
Well, the whole black outfit with the
Yeah.
mask and everything is intimidating. Let me ask you this.
Sure.
Let's say you pull off one of these capers, right?
Okay.
You get the big haul. You got to give your wife a couple of pieces before you start selling it, right?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, no, because if you have you not seen Goodfellas? You can't keep what you steal.
But they still try to do it. Like you
yeah,
get
and those
home,
guys ended up dead.
But you lay it out on the coffee table. She's gonna want a couple of pieces.
That's a good question. Well, bro,
You're cutting into my profit here, honey.
but here's the other thing. Would you even tell your girlfriend, your
Yeah, why do you have
wife?
Well, let's say she's in on it. She kind of knows your business.
Well, that's somebody now that has the ability
Yeah.
to roll over on you if things go
I
bad.
didn't say I was good at this.
Okay.
I'm
So-
just saying I think I got to give my wife a couple of pieces.
All right, so you're telling me you're going to risk your freedom to go as part of this smash and grab.
Yeah.
And let's say so it's 8 people, 90 grand.
I got my sack of baubles
So-
coming back in the house.
Retail, each person is taking a little over $10,000 away from
Nice.
this thing. Okay.
Yeah.
How much are you willing to let your wife take?
2 pieces.
Well, but that could be
Not those 2.
what percentage?
Bottom shelf.
What percentage of 10 grand is she allowed to keep?
$400.
$400? There's nothing $400.
Yes, there is.
What are you getting her, a ring resizing?
You can't get a $400 piece. Of
I mean,
something?
you could, but if
like a bracelet, a nice little bracelet.
$400. What a chintz
Hey.
ass bitch! You're a chintz
After
ass
all that.
It's
criminal.
$400 more than you had before.
For God's sake!
There's a reason I got to go out and steal.
252 WCMF. We got folks waiting on holding up. We're talking about this smash and grab robbery at the Dubai Jewelry at the mall at Grease Ridge. Happened Monday night around 6:45. 8 people walked in the mall. 6 of them went in the stores. 2 baseball bats. They smashed and they grabbed. They were in and out in like less than 60 seconds. 2 security guards confronted them. One was threatened with a bat. The other had a bat thrown at them. By the way, if you're walking out with 10 grand retail and jewelry per person, I think you could find another bat. Yes. You said, oh, you lost your bat. But again,
but they didn't catch these guys.
It is they are still on the run. If you have any information, they are asking you to call 911 to the Grease Police Department, and they said $90,000 worth of jewelry taken. Let's talk to Victor. Hey, Vic, how are you, buddy?
Good morning, guys.
Yo.
I'm wondering when they're actually legitimately just going to stop people from coming into the mall with any sort of mask on. When is that going to end?
Well, probably the ones that don't have baseball bats sprinting towards the jewelry store.
Yeah, I don't know. Did they come in through the food court? Or
it's
right there.
Yeah, if you look at the video,
it's the closest entrance.
The way that they come in, they're sprinting in from what looks like the food court door into the jewelry store, and then they're out in a minute.
I think that the biggest point is being missed here, guys. I think our city is falling into lawlessness, and I'm not going to go that direction. But
you just
you
actually said it out loud, Victor.
Yeah, that's the part you say in your head.
Yeah, I get it. But the thing is they have no plan to stop this from happening. It's like my team, the Raiders. You have no plan for the future at all, and I don't know how this gets any better.
Well, no, let's stop though. Time out though.
We need to bring Al Davis back.
Time out.
Didn't we just have
we
were just talking about the cameras.
No, but let's
yesterday, 2 days ago.
Yeah, the cameras in Greece, right? All right, all right. So Victor, you say they don't have a plan, and then your follow-up is, I don't have an answer. So
I don't, because I don't run the city. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing what I do for a job. But I'm just saying, dude, you need to have the public's trust and put out something that says, this is what we're going to do for your safety. I can't imagine what those people in the store were feeling.
No, but here's the thing. But all right, there's 2 things I want to point out here, Victor, if we're going to go down this road. Okay, 1,
go ahead.
Nobody was hurt, thank God.
Yes.
Right, everything worked out. 2,
this time.
No,
I agree.
Okay, but everything is this time, Victor. Mm-hmm. Everything where it doesn't go well or if somebody doesn't get hurt can be this time. The second thing, what can you do in any town? Because this is not the first smash and grab jewelry thing. In fact, there was a story 2 years ago, I believe, where it happened at a standalone jewelry store on the east side. The exact same situation we're talking about. What can you come out and say where you are going to stop? Hold on. 8 people who you do not know, who sprinted to a mall, are out in less than 60 seconds. What do you say where it goes, this is how we're going to stop it?
I say that you stop it because it's, from what I'm reading, and don't quote me because I know you're going to rail me if I'm wrong.
Well, yeah, because we are a station that has to report the news the correct way.
Right. But I'm saying it's like the same 50 to 60 people that are doing these crimes in this city.
There's 50. Hold on. There's 50 people committing all of the crimes. Yes, you are wrong. The same 50 people are committing the same crimes over and over again.
It's the same people. Okay. It's the same people stealing cars. It's the same people breaking in, and they have cashless bail. And they're letting these kids out, and they're doing the exact same crimes. I'm telling you, it's the same kids.
So all we have to do is find the 50 people that are committing the crimes, and we would live in a utopia, Victor.
All you have to do is actually keep these people behind bars, and you wouldn't have to worry so much about the same thing happening over and over again. Kia's getting stolen.
North Korea figured it out, man. They have no crime. They have fake stores, and the streets are nice, and they throw a hell of a parade.
Did you hear what happened, though?
What happened?
This week, North Korea made hot dogs illegal. I'm not making that up. You can go look it up. If you are caught making or selling a hot dog, you will go to a prison camp.
Well, did you tell your mother about this so she can cancel her travel plans?
I will punch you in your face. North Korean style. Victor, great talk, buddy. Thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day.
She liked them Korean hot dogs.
If we could just find the 50 people committing all the crimes.
Well, they all look like that guy.
What a... So going back to the story.
Yeah.
We talked about the ass crack. We talked about the $90,000.
We did talk about the ass crack.
The one thing that is a bit of a head-scratcher when it comes from a law enforcement perspective.
What's that?
We talked about $90,000 being taken in jewelry.
Yeah.
And 13 Wham, in their story, doesn't say where the $90,000 figure came from. They don't say if it came from the police. They don't say if it came from the store owner.
Rough estimate, yeah.
Okay. It is a little strange that number is out in public because we obviously don't want stuff like this to happen. But maybe, just maybe, and I'm thinking out loud here.
What's that?
When you tell a community that 8 people got their hands on $90,000 worth of stuff in 60 seconds and they have yet to be caught, you're increasing the chances of something like this happening again?
Well, it makes it like a juicy target, yeah.
I mean, I was always under the assumption that the reason you never found out how much was taken in bank robberies until after people were arrested was to send the impression that, yeah, they got this money, but they're now paying for it.
Oh, okay.
When I was very shocked to see that number with them still at large.
Or you think they'd underestimate, which maybe they did.
But even, okay, underestimate more? More than $90,000? Like, it just seems like a bit of a weird thing to do.
All right.
To be like, they're still at large,
Yeah.
$90,000.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I don't know.
I understand.
But the good thing is there's only 50 people doing it. So
Right.
as soon as we get that figured out, we'll be just fine. Let's take a break.
Okay.
I mean, this is heavy, kind of heavy stuff, Tom.
Oh, very heavy.
You know what would make you feel better?
What's that?
Some comfort food.
Oh, what do you got?
Yeah. Well, what if I had Girl Scout cookie season coming around the corner? What if I
Oh,
told
yeah,
you
it's
that?
your high season.
Yeah,
Right?
it is.
You
Kimmy
and
and
Kimmy.
Okay. I forgot that you're anti-Girl
I
Scout
know.
cookie.
I'm not anti. I just don't
Yes,
get
you are.
Which is weird because you are dressed just like a Girl Scout this
more
morning.
of a brownie. But I don't like dry-ass cookies.
Okay. Well, it turns
Box
out
of dry-ass cookies.
You don't eat cookies at all, though.
No.
It turns out
Yeah.
that the next time you go to buy Girl Scout cookies in the greater Rochester area, there are two kinds of cookies you will not be able to buy.
Are they pulling this move again? Oh, my God. What a racket.
What? You don't even know what I'm going to tell you.
away. You
No.
better get up and buy them all now.
No, your
They have
opportunity to
seasonal
buy them.
cookies.
Your opportunity to buy them
This is it.
No, it's gone.
Oh, shit.
No, you will not be able
You
to.
know they're going to bring them back and they're going to whack you on them.
What are you
such
talking about?
You're such
Big
a
Girl
cookie
Scout.
chump.
Like, see, this
You're
is
a chintz crumb creep and a lush.
literal crumb. This is why you need to listen to the story, you idiot, because your take is invalid. We'll get into it next. Here in the break room on CMF. This isn't a scam. It's not a scam. They're
Okay.
just announcing that these are gone.
Oh, all right.
And they're not saying, like, buy them now because you don't even have the opportunity to buy them now.
Sucks, man. What are we going to do?
Why do you hate things you don't understand?
I understand this.
No, you don't because you've never had them.
I've had them.
Not these ones.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
I think we already started on the hate, but yeah.
Been a lot of hate today.
Oh, a lot of hate.
Hate mail of the week. 2 weeks ago, Tommy was essentially neutered by one of our coworkers, and she wasn't trying to be mean. We'll recap that story. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
But one man who heard that story was not laughing like Kimmy and I and the rest of the audience. He's furious.
Yeah, because he felt my pain.
He did. Yeah. And he says what happened to you could lead to a lawsuit.
Ooh, I
That
like that.
you could sue.
I could collect.
That's right. Hate mail of the week coming up just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Girl Scout cookie season in the greater Rochester area right around the corner.
Yeah.
Very excited. But there is some sad news.
Uh-oh.
There are 2 Girl Scout cookies that you will no longer be able to buy.
Will they take it away?
All right, so the first one makes sense, and I've never had this one personally, so I can't have an opinion. They're getting rid of what they call the toasted yays.
What the hell is that?
It's
I've never had that one.
Neither have I, but it's a French toast flavored cookie that is dipped in icing.
Oh.
Has anybody listening had the toasted yays?
I feel like if I knew that existed, I would try it.
Did we not get access to the toasted yays?
I don't know.
Because they do sell different cookies in different regions.
Oh.
Right?
So maybe it wasn't in our area.
Did we not get the yays? Because I think I would have had a French toast cookie too.
Okay.
Somebody said they don't like French toast up there.
We love French. A lot of French toast places.
Yeah.
Okay, so like whatever,
All
if
right.
we didn't get them, and they're popular. But the other one they're getting rid of has people very upset.
Uh-oh. For
Say-
the headliners?
Say so long to s'mores.
Meh.
Shut up.
I would think that would be a headliner because everybody loves those goddamn things.
I think you're thinking of the Samoas.
Yeah, he's thinking of the coconut. And,
Yeah.
No, I'm thinking of that thing with the marshmallow and chocolate.
Oh no, he's talking about actual s'mores.
But it's similar to that, right?
No, it
That's
is.
the
Yes, it's
flavor.
got marshmallow and chocolate. Yes,
Yeah,
that's why.
yeah.
That's why they call it the s'more cookie.
So how would that not be popular?
I don't know. They've been
Because that stuff is popular.
they've been around since
And
2017.
it tanked.
I thought they were one of the best of the bunch. I really enjoyed the s'mores. Apparently,
Yeah,
that's
it's
not the
chocolate
case.
and a cookie. And a marshmallow. Why is that going to miss?
Hearing you talk about food makes me sad. It makes me not hungry.
Here's what I don't get about how is the Thin Mint still hanging around?
It's the perfect cookie.
It's gross.
No, it's not.
You know what it is? It's a medicine cookie.
Shut up.
It sounds like something a doctor gave the kids because they wouldn't take penicillin.
It is the.
It's gross.
No, the Thin Mint is a brilliant cookie because
Ugh.
it's the perfect amount of mint chocolate
hate
mix with the right crunch consistency, and you can eat it like a communion wafer.
Who likes mint?
I don't love mint, but
It's-
those are
that's
good.
why-
They made it work.
It's
for those
it's a
cookies.
Listerine cookie.
No, man, I can eat mint chocolate chip ice
Ugh.
cream. I love it, but I like the Thin Mints more. It's just the right amount of mint and chocolate.
All right, so that's why I'm out on all this stuff.
No, if we're gonna do like a
And
mount,
it's like a cracker.
if we're gonna do like a power ranking of like the top buyable cookies, like nationally produced cookies, Thin Mint's a top 3 cookie.
How about this? Why don't you make one cookie that's actually moist, not dry?
Oh well, isn't it? Well, didn't they stop getting it up to? Nope, it's gone. I lost it. Insert mom joke there.
I think the key to the Girl Scout cookies is the crunch. You know, like
I
all
don't
the
like
cookies
crunchy
are
cookie.
little crunchies.
You don't like any cookie, you bitch.
No, but like if you gave me like a Toll House warm,
Is Toll House like Toll House?
same thing.
It's like the Toll House, but
Toll House,
they're
chocolate
longer.
chip.
They're longer.
Shut up.
You got such a bitch ass fat mouth. You can't even say the name of cookies right. What you were saying? I'm sorry.
No, I like a nice soft warm cookie in my mouth.
No, okay. There's a time and a place for soft and warm.
No,
There's a
that's
time and a
the
place for
only
crunch.
time.
Shut up.
I don't go to the cookie counter. Give me some of that hard stuff over there. You got like 3-day-old, so I can lose a filling.
I do like day old or
no,
2-day-old
because
cookies.
that's what you were raised on.
No, it's
man.
not.
You were busted ass, day-old bakery goods and feral farm milk.
Bro, if they some of the
Came out of
happiest
loose udders.
How are we gonna get past loose udders
Nice.
today?
Loose Udders does sound like a country artist.
It's just like a fat country comic.
252 WCMF. No, I will say this, man. Some of the happiest times of my life was
Yeah.
that bakery thrift shop that was
Yeah,
once
because
on Buffalo Road at Gates.
It's the only time you got anything decent in your
No,
mouth.
it was so affordable, like 10 cents for an oatmeal cream pie. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, but it was picked over,
So
man.
who cares? It's the
Like all
same-
the rich folk didn't want it.
252 WCMF. The Girl Scouts announced yesterday that they are getting rid of 2 of their cookies. They are getting rid of the Toasted Yays. It was flavored like a French toast dipped in icing. I've never had that one.
Yeah.
But the s'mores is the other one. They've been around since 2017. I like the s'mores.
All right.
Not happy about it. 252 WCMF. Bill is here to give us the breakdown of why the Toasted Yays did not work.
Okay.
He's on CMF. Hey, Bill, how are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm not going to say why they didn't work. I liked them, so I got them the last 2 years that they were available. I think they've only been available the last couple of years, but they're real good when you dip them and the icing and the cinnamon and everything.
Ooh.
You sound like a guy that
little-
dips on a regular basis, bro.
He's a regular dipper?
Oh, he goes
I'm a
all the way to
cookie
the
dipper.
wrist.
Well, most of those cookies that Tommy sees are dry because they're looking at him. So.
Oh!
Got him.
Bill, thanks for the call, buddy. He killed himself on
To
that.
the wrist, Bill.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jim. Hey, Jimmy, how are you, bud?
I know.
Jim!
What's up?
What's up, buddy?
So the Thin Mints are trash, dude. Hands down.
All right, what's your favorite Girl Scout cookie?
It's got to be any of the peanut butter ones.
Oh, the peanut
those are
butter
good.
ones. No, look. The peanut butter ones with the chocolate over
The
it
peanut
are
butter
good.
can't
Yeah.
miss.
Peanut butter, the one with the crackers and the peanut butter in the middle, that's one of the worst cookies of all time.
Oh,
It's
I kinda
eating-
like those too.
It's like eating drywall with peanut butter on it.
No, they're great.
Jim, you smoke weed?
No,
Oh, really?
With that voice?
nope.
What do you gargle marbles? What the hell's going on over there?
No, I don't drink. I don't smoke.
The hell do you do?
Eats cookies.
Jim, great talk, buddy. All right.
He just called to with a take of Thin Mints are trash.
And he's out. So the even bigger kick in the scrote.
What's that?
I mean, the fact that they're taking away 2 cookies sucks, but what's good about the Girl Scouts is they normally rotate in
Oh
new
yeah,
flavors.
they'll bring you something new and unique.
They didn't announce any new cookies.
Oh, maybe it's coming.
When do they-
There's
when
still
do-
hope.
When do they start selling them?
So it's
February?
It's different in every area of the country.
Okay, what do we get?
I don't know. It does feel like late January, early February.
All right, so Super Bowl time.
Where are you Girl Scout moms and dads that are normally trying to hit us up for cookies? When are those cookies
Oh, yeah,
coming?
the sign-up sheet.
Yeah. 'cause
Yeah,
I-
it usually has them while I'm watching a playoff game.
okay, is that what it is?
It's got to be.
Do we know
See, I've
252
noticed it
WCMF?
more now. I've less in person, more people on social media, like saying like, "Hey, my daughter's selling cookies. If you want them, let me know."
It
That's
is
how
easier.
I've gotten them the last few years.
By the way, lifesavers, right? Because I'm trying to buy. I will buy the
You
cookies.
load up.
Yeah, well, I get them for the year. I save
Yeah.
them. So I buy them by the box, like the case.
Yeah, you get a case of the stuff.
Yeah, and then my nieces who live in Delaware also sell them now. So I will not tell my wife I'm getting a case, and then I'll tell her to get a case from them, and then we got
But
2.
you got 2 cases? You don't even eat them on Sunday.
I still have some Girl Scout cookies left over.
Don't
from
they go
last-
bad?
No, they're all wrapped up.
There's not that many in each box, so you know.
Here's the
you know,
thing: there are. You just can't stop eating them.
Maybe that's it.
We tell
And
ourselves
they're
this-
small, so you're like, what's a few more?
You better slow down.
Okay.
You're getting to that age.
you can't eat less.
It starts to load up.
You can't eat less than a sleeve of Thin Mints.
You should not eat a sleeve of anything.
No, I cannot open up Thin Mints and not eat a sleeve.
So what's a standard serving of cookies?
Probably 2.
4?
It's always 2 in
Yeah,
those.
2.
No matter what box
Bro.
of cookies you're eating from, it's always 2 cookies.
You do not want to see the calories and sugar in a
No,
sleeve
no, you don't.
of
So don't
cookies.
look.
So like
It's over 1,000.
If you've already
calories.
committed to eating the cookie, don't look.
it's not over 1,000 calories.
And it's all the calories are fat calories.
So what I'll do, like when when I get my Thin Mints, right?
Yeah.
A Sunday night, my favorite thing to do, I'll lie in bed, and I'll have it still in the sleeve, and I'll pop them in my mouth like it's a round from a magazine on a
Okay.
gun. Gah, 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 gah. And then I realized, like,
Isn't that your same move on Saturday night? What?
Dangerously close there.
That's how I live. That's how Pat does Saturday night.
we'll take one more call. 252 WCMF. Shut up. The Toasted Yays and S'mores are no more in the Girl Scout cookie selection. Ben's got the last word.
Oh, you know he loves him some cookies.
Oh, my name's Tommy, and I'm a little bitch because the only cookie I want is frosted fennel because I'm not a cookie-eating bitch.
Frosted Fennel Flakes.
Yeah. Yeah. Ben, what's your favorite Girl Scout cookie?
I forget what they're called. They're the coconut with the chocolate on top of them.
Samosas.
I love those.
Yeah.
Yes.
Samoans?
I will eat a
I thought they were like
whole
Samoas
sleeve
or
of them.
samosas. I don't
Samosas
know.
is the Indian
Something
food.
Like that.
That's the Indian, like,
I have no.
calzone. What would you call that?
I don't know.
Okay. All right, Ben. Hey, is your daughter in Girl Scouts?
Not yet. They're 4 and 5 now.
Well, thanks for nothing. I have no use for you.
Sorry.
Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good. There goes Samosa, Samoa, Namoa. Samoas. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
It's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. You know what that means?
No, the hate's coming.
More hate. You've just been hating all morning long.
Oh, I'm the only one in this room that's been hating.
Bro, we're trying to have fun. We're laughing at everything we say. Oh, yeah, here's why it sucks. Here's why you're dumb. Chins, cheap, bitch, lion, cookies suck.
That's all you got?
And you wonder why our coworkers hate you. An incident with a coworker where she wasn't even trying to be disrespectful.
No, but she was very rude.
Unbelievably funny. And we told you the story 2 weeks ago, and it was unbelievably funny. And we'll recap the story again, and it will be funny once more. But here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Despite the fact that Kimmy and myself and everyone listening were laughing when we told this story 2 weeks ago, one man was not.
Right.
And not only does he feel bad.
It's a goddamn joke.
Not only does he feel bad for you, he wrote us a letter to let you know.
Good.
You could have a lawsuit on your hands.
Oh, I'm cleaning up.
We'll get into it. Hate Mail of the Week next here at the Break Room on CMF. The older we get, the less respect comes our way.
I know.
It may not be right, but it's a fact of life.
No, it shouldn't be this way.
And
it's not to be accepted.
That's what I'm saying. Why are you pointing at me?
I don't know.
You old bitch.
It's the only thing that works in my hand.
It's gotten so bad. There are now laws that make sure folks of a certain age are protected from being forced out of workplaces. And someone has written us a letter claiming Tommy is a victim.
Oh, yeah.
A victim of a coworker using his age against him.
Hostile work environment and ageism.
It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for the first hate mail of the week of 2025. And right before we went on our Christmas break, as Tommy gingerly with his old man hands tries to open a bottle of water.
Right, the water's way
Oh,
over.
let me get it. Oh, no.
It's a hard reach.
Oh, no. It's a hard reach.
It is.
Will you just go to a home?
No, because I got to go back. I'll go to your mama's home. Doing a reach it on what?
Right after Christmas, we told you a story involving our coworker Breezy, who works down on PXY.
You think somebody with a nice name like that, they'd be pleasant.
She
was
was
an awful breeze.
Awful Breeze makes him feel bad. Breezy was up for the Democrat and Chronicles Radio Personality of the Year.
Yeah, she hardly brought it up.
It's on their website. It was on their website. And to win, she needed people to vote for her.
She was campaigning.
Yeah, so she comes into our room in the middle of one of our commercial breaks, and she asked me first. She goes, "Did you vote for me?" And I go, "No, I didn't know." And then she turns to Kimmy. She goes, "Did you vote for me?"
Yeah, I was like, yeah, already on it.
Okay. So then she turned to walk out of the room.
Yeah, and I'm sitting here.
Yep, right there. And that's, Tommy, when you asked.
What, you don't want my vote?
So she...
I forget how she worded it. It was very condescending.
She turned around, looked back at you.
And she's serious.
She looked you up and down, and she said, "Oh, I didn't know you knew how to do it."
All right. And then left.
Walked out of the room.
But she doesn't want my vote.
No.
She's begging for votes, but she don't want my vote counts
She
as much
didn't
as
want
yours.
your vote. She just didn't want to explain to you how to vote.
Well, I guess she don't want my vote.
She told Tommy to his face that she thought he was too old to know how to vote online. And she wasn't being mean.
No.
She was being sincere. I mean,
But she's out here politicking
Well,
for
okay.
votes, and she don't want my vote.
In her defense, she also got the email with all your passwords. So can you blame her?
You sent your work passwords in an all-email company email. So Breezy does this. Kimmy and I fall over with laughter. Then we recounted the story on the air, and we once again fell over with laughter. But somebody heard it, and they weren't laughing.
Yeah, about elder abuse.
Yeah, they got
Not
upset.
So funny, buddy.
That's right. In fact, they tell me have a suggestion for you.
I like this.
It's time for you to stand up for yourself.
Oh, I'm making a call of one of those guys on TV.
And stop the obviously illegal behavior that is being perpetrated against you. Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, trying to help Tommy get what he deserves. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
I don't know what's so funny about a coworker assuming that Tommy cannot do a task based on how old he is. When you told the story of that girl who didn't think that Tommy could work a website and laughed about it, it was just another example of how today people above a certain age are discriminated against. The assumption that just because they aren't of the most recent generation, they can't do something. And it doesn't stop there. It's obvious that many workplaces are inserting technological aspects into jobs to force out the older generation, like Tommy's. You cannot tell me that people can do a job for decades, then all of a sudden not be good at it because that workplace has added a technological component that makes no sense to them. And most of the time, that technology doesn't help workplace production. It hurts it. Tommy has a lawsuit if he wants to pursue it. He can sue your workplace for age discrimination. He shouldn't be criticized, made to feel stupid, or pushed to the side because he doesn't have a certain skill set that wasn't necessary when he started working that job. And all of the people who thought this was funny, shame on you. You'll see it's only a matter of time before you're in the same situation. Sincerely, Brian.
I'm going to call one of them law firms that has like 7 guys' names on it.
Yeah, God, sounds like your Saturday night. Jim and Frank and Steve and Don. And then 3 more guys.
I love when he says Tommy's pushed to the side. Like Tommy doesn't push himself to the side. Oh no, I don't know how to do that. I don't know. I never learned, so maybe you should do it for me.
You mean the man who intentionally showed up drunk to a meeting at 10 in the morning so he'd never have to go to a meeting again?
It worked.
Okay. You hear what Brian writes and you think?
Yeah, he's right. It's abusive, and I shouldn't be subjected to it. As an elder statesman at a radio station.
You can't even speak in your job as to speak. As elder statesman.
You know what I mean.
Kimmy, this guy's not serious, right?
No, he is serious.
I think he is serious because I think he may be applying this to his own situation potentially.
Hey, by the way, y'all gonna get old.
Yeah,
Your ass going to get old.
I'm aware.
You get old if you stop eating them goddamn cookies.
But it's just weird how you pick and choose when you don't know how to do stuff.
But that's why they call it pick and choose.
But I'm saying, like, you use that to your advantage most of the time.
Well, that's what
like,
you're supposed to do.
No.
I don't know what I'm doing. I need people to do it for me.
It's called manipulating the system.
Okay.
And then you get mad when somebody says, well, you don't know how to do that. And it's like, well, don't get mad at me because I don't know how to do it. I didn't want to learn.
Are you done?
Everything she said is true.
Are you done?
Tommy, you're my boy. I love you.
Is this love?
But you have to admit, when it comes to technology, it's not your strongest suit.
Well, no, because they change the rules constantly.
But I'm also convinced that even back when you first started, you didn't know how to do the basics.
Yeah, of course he didn't. That's why they had 7 people in a room with 2 guys talking.
Because we work with other guys your age that can do stuff.
Who else does stuff?
Pretty much everybody.
Yeah. Spazzano knows his technology.
Yeah.
He was telling me this morning about his 3D printer.
Is he making guns?
No, he's making a snowball maker for his daughter, you idiot.
Oh, thank God he's got that kind of technology down.
Look, you're my boy. Yeah. But what Breezy said was 100% true. You would not have known how to do what she wanted you to do. And you don't even care.
So
you just wanted to be included.
Frustrated
so I did
it.
So I did do it.
No,
I
you
did
didn't.
figure it out.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
So you
and I voted.
Who, you voted for Breezy?
No. I voted for Evan Dawson. I'll
What
show
a
it to you on my
dick.
phone.
What
Because
a
I
dick.
screenshotted it, and I voted for Evan
You
Dawson.
screenshot it to use it against Breezy.
Yeah.
What a dick.
No.
Do we know if she won, by the way?
I have no idea.
No, she would have won. She would have said something.
Yeah, great point.
Yeah, you're right.
She would be doing
What if
cartwheels
your
and
vote,
balloons.
What if your vote was the deciding factor?
I hope so. Because she deserves it.
But let's
No,
put
she hasn't been in the business long enough to be up for an award.
been in the business. You've been in this business long enough to win
what we're-
15 awards. You've
so
never
what
won
we're
one.
finding out is you will only learn how to use new technology if it's for revenge.
For evil.
It's amazing what you can put your
Or
mind to
pornography.
when you're angry.
But let's put your issue aside here. I want to talk about what Brian brought up in his hate mail.
What did he say?
252 WCMF, 252-9263. What is age discrimination at work? Because mandating certain technologies does not seem like age discrimination. Because that's what his argument is. Like, they bring in technology and older folks aren't familiar with it, and that's age discrimination. Kimmy, could you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Could you Google the definition of workplace age discrimination, New York State? Because here's the thing.
What's up?
It's easy to read Brian's letter and feel bad, right? Look, everybody's got some kind of sympathy for a world blowing past people.
Yeah.
But there is another side of this.
What's up?
Folks of a certain age who you work with that refuse to learn any new technology. Yeah, I've been doing it like this for X amount of years, and it works just fine, and I'm going to keep doing it my way.
Hey, it worked in the 60s.
It makes everyone else's life you work with so much
But
harder.
we dealt with the old people when we were coming up.
And exactly, and they were saying the same thing you were, and you made fun of them.
No, we treated them like they do in Japan, where you respected the elderly people. You listened to their stories.
I remember a man who worked across the street reading the news for like 50 years, and he came over here to do an interview before I was full-time on this show.
Yeah, he's a good kid.
Right, yeah. And you made fun of him for 5 hours. And look.
But I respected him.
If the place you work believes they found a more efficient way to get work done by implementing certain technologies, how can you say, no, I'm not going to do that, and expect your employment status to stay the same? It doesn't make sense.
But they're automating and AI and everything to put everybody out of work.
Here we go.
That has nothing to do with age.
Kimmy, can you read the definition of age discrimination in New York State?
An employer may not refuse to hire or promote an employee and may not terminate an individual because of age and must provide the same terms and conditions of employment. Sorry, this goes on for a while.
So basically, it doesn't.
locked in.
It doesn't. No,
Yeah, so you
The
can't.
lock. Can't get rid of me.
it doesn't say not learning new technology keeps you.
I'll call the Gray Panthers, bro. I'll have 50 gray hairs around this building in 20 minutes. AARP, baby. We rule. We run government.
252 WCMF. Again,
Buying everything.
Hate mail of the week. Brian writes us after Tommy has made fun of. Well, no, she didn't even make fun of him. She didn't think Tommy Breezy, our coworker, could
No, I was
vote for her
beneath her
online.
humor even.
You.
She treated me like trash.
Oh.
Like Florida trash.
Well, you are Florida trash.
Oh, yeah, true.
Brian Wright says that's age discrimination. Tommy has a lawsuit that new technology is age discrimination at your job if folks don't know how to use it. And folks like Brian, to a point you made a second ago, want to make this seem like a modern problem because we assume, like Kimmy said, it now affects him. But this has been since the beginning of time.
Oh, yeah.
The guy who ran mail via horse-drawn wagon had to learn a new technology when the train showed
Yeah,
up.
they shot that guy.
He was out of a job. Like, Using new technology to make a business more efficient has happened since businesses exist.
Yeah, but things are moving too fast.
Shut
Patrick.
up,
You had
man.
to admit.
Every generation says that. Granted, technology moves faster than it ever has before.
It's got to slow down.
But
bro.
your father,
And you're also learning some of these new things along with your younger coworkers. Like we're all learning a lot of this stuff together.
no, we're learning it. He's leaving at 10.
That's what I mean. Like you're kind of choosing not to learn.
No, it's not kind of. He is choosing not to learn it.
You two are exhausting.
You actually make Kimmy's life harder because of the technology you refuse to use. She has to do it for you.
But she's doing a bang-up job.
Or explain to other people why I send it to me instead of Tommy, because Tommy's not going to see this.
Like your lack of learning technology is making her your secretary. Does that feel good?
No.
So learn it then.
No, but she's not my secretary.
She gets your messages and then has to tell you and help you do the thing you need to do.
That's not a secretary. That's a buddy.
I
It's a work
also
buddy.
I'm like the messenger too, because I get emails or texts from salespeople saying, "Hey, can you tell Tommy to fill in the blank?"
Because they also
Do this
assume you
thing
don't
that
know
he
how to
did-
text.
Yes.
I know how to text. I send you guys funny stuff all the time.
It's nothing but pictures and emojis. You've never texted a word to me in my life.
But don't those pictures speak 1,000?
I'm not saying I don't love the pictures.
Right.
Pictures are great. You know, the other point that never gets brought up in these age conversations, right?
What's up?
The whole age discrimination thing only goes one way. Because folks get very sensitive when how someone's old age affects work.
Well, we're vulnerable.
No, and it's understandable. Look, don't get me wrong. Folks deserve to keep their jobs if they can do them, right? You put in a lifetime of labor. You shouldn't get blown out because you're a certain age. Like, you earn the ability to stay if you can do your job. But no one ever goes to bat for the folks under 30 who are constantly kicked in the scrot only because they're under 30.
But that's why it's always been. The newbies always get kicked around.
Oh, that's how it's always been? Kind of like technology moving is how it's always been? Look, we read the news nonstop for this show, right? And every day, and I'm not making this up.
Yeah.
You can look for yourself. There are a minimum of 3 studies or opinion pieces nationally about how Gen Z sucks at whatever work thing they want to talk about.
Nobody wants to work anymore. You can't find a good man under 50.
They're lazy. They're entitled. They don't know how to function.
Oh, my God.
And 10 years ago, they wrote those same exact stories about millennials. Why is it okay for guys like Brian and Tommy to tell 20-somethings that they suck at their job, but then the second it comes to them because they're too old, whoa.
But it seems like this is kind of the way of the world.
Oh, is that it?
You hand it on to the next generation to hate the younger generation. It's what America does.
Oh. Kind of like how you used to hate on the old guys because they didn't know what they were doing and they were just biding time.
They didn't. They did not know.
You should not criticize anyone.
Put that on a shirt.
For the job they do based solely on how old they are. But it goes both ways. I mean, hell, you'll see older employees tell younger employees to their face that they suck. We have witnessed it happen. Could you imagine if Hope from the country station came down in this room, looked Tommy in the face, and was like, "You're too old to be effective at your gig and you smell like an old man"?
No, I would think that's breezy.
But you could go and do that to some kid here, and people would laugh.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of do haze new people, even young or old. Somebody shows up. You have said in the past they have to earn your hello.
I just don't hand out hellos. I'm not so hello whore.
There was a guy, a Horlo, which is a dynamite wine from France.
A holo.
There was a guy that worked here who Tommy intentionally did not say hello to, despite the fact that he would say hello to Tommy because he had to earn his hello.
And we came around with each other, right? And that kid respects me and I respect him.
That kid don't respect you, and you don't respect him.
I do like that kid.
No, I'm not saying you don't like him. The question was respect.
Well, that respect's a little weird with me.
Respect's weird to you?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. It doesn't come to me naturally.
Like,
so I honestly don't believe there's anybody that you worked with that you
for
100%
God.
respect.
Of course I do.
Who? Name him.
Hey, I respect you.
My ass.
Don't respect that. Kimmy, I respect.
You were so full of crap.
If you respected Kimmy, you'd learn how to do stuff so she wouldn't have to do it for you.
I respect the fact that she does my crap.
That's not respect. That's like. Do you not know the difference between the word like and the word respect?
Respect means I like you.
No. You can respect someone you don't like. You can like someone you don't respect.
I never got that.
Because you don't know the definition of the word.
Well, I can't. I can't say I know something if I don't know it.
Is that because like does that just come with time at a workplace because there aren't many people here that have been here longer than you?
True. Well, they're either dead or retired.
And you're
Or
both.
What's that?
I said you're both, but you took my joke. Hey, way to go. You're a professional. Way to keep pushing real hard at your age. Dynamite. Yeah, your mom. Go. You're done. Here's the definition of respect. Are you ready?
Yeah, Aretha Franklin.
Quote.
RESPCH something.
No, that's the company that's going to keep your rights.
Oh.
Respect, a feeling of deep admiration for someone or something elicited by their abilities, qualities, or achievements.
I have that for both of you. What?
I didn't say anything.
So you think I don't respect you?
No, I know you don't respect me. See, there it is. If you respected me, you would have done that.
I think there's a difference between respecting somebody and needing somebody.
Well, does it do the same thing?
No.
It can, but I don't think it
Well,
does in this case.
Listen, I'm a very selfish person.
That's what we're telling you.
Well, I'm admitting it.
No, because you've been arguing that the whole break.
But I could be selfish and respect somebody.
No, you can't.
Or like Lincoln or something. Or Abraham Lincoln. I respect that guy.
Why?
Oh, he's a good president.
You got shot in the head?
Well, that guy didn't respect.
Okay. Look, we'll wrap it up like this.
How's that?
What sucks about this discussion and the feelings Brian has and, hating on the younger folks at your job is this is a problem that will never get fixed because we're not naive enough, Kimmy and I, to understand that one day we won't get to a point where we feel the same way. And that when it affects us personally, we won't all of a sudden feel like maybe how Brian or Tommy does.
Yeah.
So you don't stay in age long enough where you can efficiently change the way that you think or the way that you feel. By the time we realize, like, okay, we're going to be that age.
Yeah,
and
everything moves forward.
Exactly. Yeah. So this will be a problem until the world explodes.
Right. That's true. So it's a natural reaction. Relax.
Let's take a break. Your Buffalo Bills?
Yeah, what's going on with them?
Sunday, 1 o'clock, wildcard playoff game against the Denver Broncos. And there is nothing like being at a Bills playoff game.
Oh, I bet.
No, I'm telling you, man.
No.
Nothing like it. We got some good news.
What happened?
If you're looking to go to one for the first time ever, this weekend has some pretty easy access.
So this is the weekend to pull the trigger?
Well, no, see, that's not what I said.
What you said?
Well, because, the game will be fun. But if you're, depending on the reason you want to go, this weekend may not be the reason. Or maybe it may not be the weekend. Because next weekend's game, if everything works out, might be one of the best in the franchise's history.
Wow.
We'll get into all of it, and we'll do it next here in the break room. Let's see that. You can be a part of history.
All right.
Witness greatness. Maybe even be one of those fans that gets replayed over and over again for decades, celebrating your team's epic run on those, movies that they show for years. But you have a bunch of things to consider.
What's up?
This weekend could be the weekend to pull the trigger and watch your Bills kick off their championship aspirations. That is, if you want to gamble that you can't afford next weekend.
But isn't it too late?
No. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 8:45.
Yeah.
Why you are smarter after you take a dump.
I can agree with that. It clears your mind. It relaxes you.
No, there's scientific proof.
I believe it.
We'll get into it just after 8:45 here in the break room on CMF. Bills take on the Broncos 1 o'clock Sunday, live on CMF, first round of the playoffs in Orchard Park. And this game at home, obviously, sold out.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the good parts of modern technology is the secondary ticket market that exists online. You can always get a ticket if you want to get in.
Okay.
And the good news for this weekend, it's affordable.
Oh, how is that?
Well, relatively.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If you want to see your Bills in the playoffs on Sunday, you can get in the door for this game right now for $130 a seat.
Now am I up?
You're up. But if you want to sit in the lower bowl, you can do that for as little as $200 a seat.
Oh, fancy man.
And I understand that $130 and $200 is not pocket change.
Yeah, It's not cheap, but
You compare that to the primetime games 2 years ago. I mean, Kimmy, that Packers game with Aaron Rodgers before he came to New York, that was $500 in the door.
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, $130 in the door, $200 in the lower bowl is as good as it's going to get for an NFL playoff game. And I will say this.
go ahead. I was going to say, I think that has to do with expectations, too, because I think a lot of people are assuming they're going to have more chances to see them.
So let's talk about that in a second.
Okay.
Now.
All right, so it's 130 up top, 2 in a bowl.
You got it. You know that I got my season ticket.
Yeah.
There is nothing like experiencing a Bills playoff game in person. The atmosphere is insane. You've got that win or go home hanging over your head the whole time.
National TV.
You got it. It looks like we're going to have Nance and Romo. That's the assumption.
Yeah.
So if you've never been, I highly recommend going if you could swing it. But like Kimmy said, there is a decision to make about this week versus the coming weeks.
That's like the big one.
If you go Sunday, you're getting in cheap. You get to see Josh and the boys. But it's not the premier matchup that next week could bring.
Because next week's the last game there.
Potentially. And that's the other
true.
thing.
Yeah.
See, and that's what all of these factors you have to weigh. The phone number 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Now, if things work out the way people anticipate, we could have Lamar Jackson and the Ravens coming to town. That would most likely be the primetime game, and you would have 2 MVP frontrunners, 2 of the best quarterbacks of their generation facing off, win or go home.
Yeah.
And the tickets will be more expensive, but the atmosphere will be so much more intense. And it's possible that game is way more memorable and has way more historical significance to this team than the one you would go to on Sunday.
Okay.
And then if everything works out flush the way people assume, the Bills will be going to Kansas City for the AFC Championship game. But nothing in this life is guaranteed.
So let's say Kansas City craps the bed.
Well, let's put it this way. The Chargers playing this weekend against the Houston Texans in Houston. Yet Houston is in such a bad way. The Chargers are 2.5-point favorites on the road.
Okay.
The Chargers also play in the same division as the Chiefs and almost beat them earlier this year.
Is that Harbaugh?
That's Harbaugh.
Yeah.
I mean, it's...
And they got a good defense, right?
Kind of, yeah.
Oh.
Look, the chance is slim.
All right.
But it's not out of the question that the Chargers could beat the Chiefs. And all of a sudden, if the Bills beat Baltimore or whoever they're seeing, you got a home AFC Championship game.
Right. But that's going to be insanely expensive.
But how many people?
I can't imagine
what
the cost of that would be.
But you are witnessing a game that could put the Bills in the Super Bowl for the first time in over 30 years. Tommy?
Yeah.
When it comes to one game and one game only, because unless you have season tickets, if you're buying on the secondary market, you can probably afford one game of the playoffs.
Yeah.
What do you do?
If I was going to go, I would take that Baltimore game. Because that's going to be epic. You got the 2 superstars in the league outside of Mahomes. I mean, in the whole league.
Okay.
Those 3 guys.
You're saying you're just going to see good football, period.
I think all the way around, atmosphere, national television, 2 of the best quarterbacks in the history of the game. I think you got to take that Baltimore game.
Okay, but I would like to remind you, the only game you can guarantee will happen right now
is this first one.
You got it. I mean, the Bills do have to win that game.
I get it.
to have a chance at next week. Not to mention you're anticipating Lamar coming, which a lot of people are, but it could be the Chargers or the Texans coming to town next week if something crazy happens.
I understand.
Right? So that wouldn't carry the same cachet as the Ravens would.
But it would still be probably a night game. Probably a national TV game because of the,
Well, it's interesting.
Divisional round.
I don't know. Like, there are some matchups in the NFC. The Chiefs are probably going to be primetime no matter who they play.
Yeah.
I mean, you could have the two primetime games, one come out of the NFC, one come out of the AFC, and the Bills are playing at 3 o'clock on Sunday.
I would think one would be Saturday night, one would be Sunday night.
All right, let me put it this way. The Bills played the Bengals in the divisional round a couple years ago. That was a, 3 o'clock game?
Yeah.
It wasn't a primetime.
All right.
It was the daytime because I took my brother and it started snowing in the sunshine.
Okay.
And before it started snowing right as the team was running out of the tunnel. And Ryan looked at me and goes, "We're going to cream them." And they got their ass.
At first, it felt like a magical Buffalo Bills kind of night, and it never took off.
I would definitely roll the dice and go for and hope for the Baltimore.
So you're willing to potentially spend a lot more money and are going to guarantee a Bills win and not go experience Denver, Buffalo on Sunday.
I got no interest in Denver.
Okay.
But, you see Baltimore. You're more familiar with Baltimore than I am with Denver. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, that's because you don't watch football, though.
I also don't watch West Coast football that much.
You say West Coast.
I don't have the package.
Pretty far from the coast.
It's still West.
It's Midwest football,
coast.
bro. Kimmy?
Yeah.
This weekend, affordable, guaranteed.
She's chinsing out.
Next weekend, not guaranteed, way more expensive. What do you do?
I think I take the guaranteed weekend.
Okay.
Because then if I see them win and they move on, I think the next game might be a little too intense for me to see in person.
The way you
know
smoke,
what I mean?
it's going to be intense.
The way
you'd be burning in a parking lot. Who you kidding? Like they're
that sounds like an awful experience, in all honesty. But I would just think there's going to be so much build up to that game, and I'm going to be so nervous prior to the start of kickoff. I don't even know if I could really enjoy it.
I thought you guys like all that craziness.
I do, but I also don't know if I can handle it.
I mean, she's not wrong. Like that, I was at that Chiefs game last year. I was at the Bengals game the year before, right? Like I was at the Ravens game, the first second playoff game, the COVID year. Mm-hmm. I mean, there is, as fun as the atmosphere is, as the games get more important. There is, when things start to go the wrong way or when the game's close, you feel it in your stomach.
And everybody around you's feeling it. It all just builds up.
When Tyler Bass missed that field goal last season against Kansas City, nobody looked at each other. Nobody said anything.
Well, yeah, it was like a death in a family.
That's what I'm saying. It was a funeral. So, you had this intense game. It was so much fun.
Home.
Yeah, it was.
But that's all part of the gamble of the game.
Right? My dad got left at the stadium.
Oh, I forgot that's when that happened.
Wait, he didn't have any family there to pick him up?
I don't think Tommy was here. Was it?
Oh, I'll tell the story real quick. So my dad takes this bus every Sunday because he just wants to go and have fun and not worry about anything.
Don't blame him.
So he gets on the bus here in Rochester. It takes him up to Orchard Park, and then the bus takes you home 45 minutes after kickoff, right? So my brother and I go up to the game. One of his buddies is driving. It was a nightmare getting out of the parking lot after that game. The weather was terrible. It was super freezing cold.
Yeah.
So we got stuck in the lot for an hour. We finally get on the highway. And
you guys are on 90.
And it's 12:30. I got to be to work in 2 hours, right? My dad calls me.
But you're probably already home nice.
He goes, what are you doing? I go, why? What's up? He goes, the bus broke some rule. They're not letting anybody on the bus. They're not letting the bus drive home. There's some state law that got broken. They told us we need to take an Uber home from Orchard Park. From Orchard Park. He goes, where are you at? I go, Thruway, bye. Good luck.
Oh, you guys are such dicks.
Bro, I was not going
that
back
man
into
raised
no,
you.
No, kind of.
Partially.
I was not going back into that hornet's nest to go get him. You're on your own. I got to be to work in 2 hours. I'm sorry.
Abandoned your father. Two sons abandoned.
He had, an hour and a half to figure this situation out.
Hey, man, I feel for you.
You wouldn't go back for your daddy?
No, I'd be so pissed at my dad. I wouldn't even answer his call. Here's the problem with my dad. I wouldn't know it's an emergency because he always calls me like it's an emergency.
Yeah. No, she's right. That's a dad thing. Every dad
call, and if I don't answer, I'll leave a message. Call me back as soon as you can. Bye. And then it's just because he can't work his remote or something.
252 WCMF. This weekend, these tickets to get into this Bills playoff game, relatively cheap. $130 to get in the door, $200 to sit in the lower bowl, and that's great.
Yeah.
The more premier matchup, if things work out flush, is next week. There is also an outside chance at a home AFC championship game. If you're going to one, do you take the guarantee this weekend, save some money? Do you hold off, hope the Bills win, spend a little bit more to be there for bigger history? Does the weather factor in?
I would think so, right?
Well, it's going to be pretty cold this weekend.
It's going to be
so
frigid.
I can't see it getting much better after this weekend.
Well, I mean, look,
it might turn a little bit. You could be sitting in the 40s next week.
Or it could be colder.
But I mean, even sitting in 30-degree weather is going to be better than the wind chill
Yeah.
it looks like it's going to be in an Orchard Park on Sunday.
Like right now, it's brutal outside.
Oh, it cuts like a knife.
Yes.
And it feels so right.
Oh, you should write that down. That's a good one.
No. There's also the issue of who you're going with, depending on which game.
Will you be taking your lover?
Is it a couples game?
Well, I would think if your spouse is a Bills fan, you're probably going together.
All right, can I ask
you're not
you-
leaving one behind.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Like your daddy.
Kimmy.
Yeah.
Now, you know I have all the respect in the world for your football knowledge.
Yeah.
I hold your opinion very highly.
Well, she's top notch.
Yeah. But I'm not your husband,
Mhm.
right? And your husband has his boys.
Yeah.
And there is a difference, Tommy, you can admit, between spouse fun and friend fun.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Actual fun.
Kimmy, you would assume if your husband came upon 2 tickets to this game that he
Yeah.
would want to go to the game with you.
I would, if I could go to the game, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But are you sure he wouldn't rather go with his friends, even though you are a diehard Bills fan?
Yeah, but I think at this point in life, he has a tough time finding friends to go with because they all
Yeah,
have,
you chased them all off.
well, no, because they all have young kids. So
Oh, you're
if
childless.
these are last minute tickets, I'm definitely getting the ticket.
Okay.
If he has time to plan for it, maybe not.
Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Let's say he has a buddy that he wants to go with.
Yeah.
And he looks at you and goes, I would like to take my
I
friend.
mean, he's gone with his buddies before.
No, but you're anticipating you're getting this ticket. And he looks at you
Um,
and goes, I would rather go with my friend. It would be more fun. I love you.
He's cool.
Would that bother you?
Yeah, probably. It'd probably bug me. Because I would take him if I had the extra
Well,
ticket.
yeah, but you don't have any friends.
I have friends that go to the games every week.
No, I know you do, but I get
Here's
the
the
feeling-
difference. Like, you can be with your girlfriends and you can be around your husband, and you don't have to change anything about how you talk. When guys get around women, they have to change the way they talk, the way they discuss things. Because if you're just in your car with your buddy, it's wide
Much
open.
like you guys change the way you talk when I'm in the room, right?
No, you're not. You're different.
We're not married to you.
Right, and you're cool. You know what I mean?
You know.
But, like, if your wife's in the car or if his girlfriend's in the car, you can't have the same conversation about stuff.
It is a different tailgate experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I also think you're different because you don't care about the game. So you are going there to just shoot the crap and
No,
not
but
pay
if that-
attention to
No,
everything
she's right. You
else.
are a huge bitch. That is a good
I
point,
mean,
yeah.
But if
most
you and I,
people, we're all in the same boat when we're in the tailgating zone.
no, I was saying, like, if Pat and I were going to the game,
Mhm.
right, and we're just driving up having a conversation. We're
So the
just being
conversation would sound like, "Am I going to be cold? What are the people we sitting around? What are they like? I don't know. Do I have the back to my seat? Because my back's going to kind of hurt.
I need support.
Are there going to be people standing in front of me?
No, she's right. If I had to choose one person to go to the game with in this room, I'm taking Kimmy. 100%
You and I
of
would
the
have
time.
way more fun.
No,
laughing
not at a
on the
Bills
way
game.
up.
Not at a Bills game. No, because I want to talk football. I want to listen to the pregame show. You're going to be.
You want to listen to the pregame show?
Yeah, it's football, man.
That's what
Those
people do.
pregame shows
It's
are
part of the
boring as hell,
experience.
unless you're listening to CMF.
Wait, you think
Who
that I would
doesn't listen to that on the way there and home to hear all the crazy takes?
Yay, Dave from Lackawanna. I don't know why they don't kill Sean McDermott so they can bring in a new head
I
coach.
think they should trade Josh Allen now and get the most they can for him while
not
he's
listening to
still in
that.
his prime.
You know, you bring up something else, Kimmy, talking about the whole like going with your buddies versus going with your
Yeah.
spouse. I mean, if you go with your spouse, you're paying for 2 tickets, which can be
Yeah.
financially hurtful.
And she's going to want a wine or this or that.
Again, you're describing yourself, but continue.
If you go with buddies, you're only paying for 1 ticket, which
You
is great.
Dutch.
But you also have to find a buddy that A, has the scratch to go,
Mm-hmm.
and B, is willing to spend that scratch on a day at the stadium.
True.
Yeah, there are a lot of factors. They have to want to leave at the same time as you. They have to agree on where you're going to tailgate in the beginning because everybody kind of has a different idea of what that looks like.
There's also the outside tailgaters that you may come across if your buddy has friends
Yep.
that aren't friends with
Yep,
yours, because like that could change your whole experience. I mean, it goes back to the whole me taking Hope to the Bills game a couple of weeks ago because I want to go with you. I'll take this stranger.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, and it was great. We had a blast. And she didn't whine like a bitch.
You whined.
No, she did not whine once.
Wow.
Not a whiner.
Okay.
Let's take a break. You're not surprised by this scientific study done about going to the bathroom?
I don't know.
We literally just teased it, Kimmy.
I wasn't paying attention.
You said, yes, I think this is actually a thing. Are you dying?
I forgot.
Okay.
I'm old.
Yeah? You would think those giant headphones would have implanted the audio into your brain. You feel better after taking.
Oh yes, yes.
Oh my God.
It's
oh my
it's
God.
so I will say this thing is therapeutic.
Uh-huh.
It's the healthiest thing you could do all day.
Okay, we'll get into it.
I remember.
I'll remind Tommy again in just a second. Next here in the break room. Let's WCMF. I mean, you always feel better after one of these.
Oh, yeah.
But it turns out your performance, both mentally and physically, is vastly improved.
So it's a total cleanse.
Yes, when you take a dump.
Oh, yeah.
And we got scientific proof behind it.
I don't think women appreciate dumps the same way men do.
Why? Why?
Because we'll brag about it.
We weren't talking about men. We were talking about everybody.
I understand. But I don't think women appreciate what they've got.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. A new scientific study says there is proof that taking a dump is good for your brain. So they took 13 participants, and they gave them what's called the Stroop test. It's like a quick, what is this, what is that, All right. So they gave it to them before, and they gave it to them again, and then they gave them all a laxative and had them take it a third time.
All right, so post-dump.
You got it. All 13 people post-dump improved their score on this test, and the scientists are theorizing it's because you are smarter and your brain works better after you're done going to the bathroom.
Because you think it's because you're relaxed after you've gone?
That's
Like you're
what I was
so
thinking.
relaxed.
Okay, so
Like
here's
the stress is gone.
Thinking about the fact that you have to go to the bathroom,
Yeah.
now your brain's occupied with
It's
something
stress.
else. So once that's all done, you feel like, you can start fresh.
Well, there's actually a scientific reason behind it, they believe. And it turns out it's not just mental, it's also physical. Researchers also did this a couple of years ago with folks that were like high-functioning athletes.
Yeah.
And they found that their performance was better, not just physically like from being able to move because they were, but they scanned their brains, and part of the frontal cortex was working differently after they took a dump.
So you're sharper.
Here is the theory.
You're
And
alert.
it's going to get a little scientific. Are you ready?
All right. Yeah.
They linked the better performance on the Stroop test to a significant increase in oxygen consumption in the area below the belly button post-poop. The researchers theorized that the nerve system around the rectum may play a role in immediate cognitive tasks by sending signals to the brain based on your gut. It also backs up the theory that we, in fact, have two kinds of brains, one in our head, and that our stomach plays more in a role of how we think and act than we previously thought.
So when everything opens up after the dump, it sends a message to your brain.
Your gut feeling. You've heard that
Yeah,
before?
yeah.
That the theory is that gut feeling isn't actually just a gut feeling. Like, it's your body instructing
Telling you.
Yeah, to do things based on what
All
it's
right.
getting. So don't make any rash decisions.
Take a dump.
Until you take a dump.
Right.
But I would think like it has to be like, because you were talking about they gave him laxatives. Like, I would think that would make things a little messy.
Oh, you just wipe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, it wouldn't feel very satisfying, I would think, knowing like now my stomach's all messed
Well,
up.
you can take
and I
enough-
might have to go again soon.
You can
so-
take a little bit of a laxative where it just makes you go. You don't have to take like
no, I know,
liquid
but I'm
poop
saying, like,
laxative.
I unless it's like a regular normal poop, how I would think it would throw you off if like it's just not your regular routine.
Well, I think they did the laxatives because they needed to get a result.
Yeah, you got it. You
So,
can't
I
wait
mean-
around for everyone to dump.
Right. But like I think like just in general how you feel after you've gone, it's so chill. And there have been great leaders that I think.
But yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
No, I think there've been great. There's one leader I'll tell you for sure.
Yeah?
That enjoyed a dump, and like he wasn't even embarrassed about it.
Who's that?
LBJ. So LBJ in meetings in the Oval Office, 'cause they had a crapper right out to the side. When he would be talking to his boys, he'd leave the door open and sit there and take a dump and talk to those dudes.
That was a power thing.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah,
That's
it was
how
because he would take his penis out too. He
Yeah, well, you
nicknamed it-
got to take your penis out to take
No,
a dump, but
I
that's how
meant
he
when he's
mapped
not-
out all the bombing
No.
routes in Vietnam. He always said it was post-dump.
You know, he's actually not wrong. There are other powerful men throughout history that have said that dumping improved their
Like
clarity.
they did it in a meeting, and they kept the meeting going.
Well, no, like Winston Churchill is on record as saying that he always thought better after he took a dump. We actually
what
have.
did that sound like?
Yeah, what did that sound like? You remember that?
Never before have so many benefited from one large British dump.
And then there was that time where Nixon went on record as saying that he worked and thought way better after
Hey,
taking a dump.
Buzz, I'm sitting here on the crapper, but Pat's in the other room because she can't take the stink. I just want to say all America is proud of you. I'm actually talking to you on the Oval Office phone crapper. Imagine that. From the crapper to the moon and back again. Thank you, boys.
And then, I mean, even for like performers.
Oh, there's somebody else?
Yeah. Like Cher would not go on stage and perform until after she took a dump.
Sonny, I'll be out there in a second. We can't start the show until I take a big old share dump. And I got to change the outfits now. It got a little messy.
252 WCMF, new scientific study indicates that you not only perform physically better, but you are smarter after you take a dump.
I will say, like, if I have to go and I'm anywhere but my house, my brain is now consumed with how this is going to happen.
I think that's every woman.
So I would think, I don't know, want to know what that face is?
No,
So let me finish my point real quick.
I think most women are very uncomfortable doing a public dump.
I am. I hate using any public restroom, period. So if I'm not home and in my comfort zone, like, I can't concentrate on anything else.
As I get older, I'm finding I like the public dump more.
No.
Only because, like, ain't my toilet.
Oh, true.
I'm about to blow this thing up, and it ain't my problem.
Okay, I don't know if you're like my husband, but he is very, very picky about what toilet paper we purchase.
Yeah, no,
and
that
I would
sucks.
think like that's a factor
That's a
too
big boy in
in
a big
using a public restroom. Like, never is there quality toilet paper in a public restroom.
But even in the public, like, I could use half that roll, and I'll get myself clean. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, my toilet paper.
Yeah, true.
There's a lot of bad bathrooms people have been in, I'm assuming, taking dumps, right?
We've all faced them.
The worst place to have to take a dump, and this is a scientific fact, is at an old school hockey rink, community hockey rink.
I was going to say Southern gas stations, but I'm sure.
No, I've dumped in there. It's not fun.
But it's worse than an old
Can't be
hockey
worse
rink?
than a porta potty.
No, here's why. Okay, porta potty's one.
Okay.
Old school community rink where it's just like the sheet of ice with like a bathroom off the side. It's 30 degrees in there, right? So like if your balls touch the water, you are screaming.
Ugh.
And then like, have you ever sat down on cold porcelain?
Yes.
Okay, that's not fun.
Yeah.
And like it's so cold, your rectum like seizes, but it's still coming. So you got to figure out a way. Fun fact: do you know if you pretend to blow bubbles while you're taking a dump, it makes taking a dump easier?
Like so you're. Oh,
Really?
it's just breathing techniques.
No, but you have to.
So you open up
specifically,
both holes, basically.
There is something with a nerve down there.
Oh.
When you do that, it makes it
Man, how
easier.
many nerves are in your butt?
A lot.
Probably a
Really?
lot.
Yeah.
Why?
Okay, here there is technology that I don't understand because I stayed in a place once that had this, and it kind of grossed me out. Heated toilet seat.
Why does that gross you out?
I don't know. It just seems like there would be more germs or something on a heated toilet seat.
Oh, like a public restroom?
And it also feels like somebody's been sitting on
Ooh,
this.
Yeah, that's weird. That's weird.
You know,
That's
I didn't like it. I'm like, who would want this on a toilet?
Can I ask one more question?
Well, I can go about it.
Okay, so we're talking about as Pete put it, Peter writes us on Instagram. It's a post dump clarity. There is another post clarity that exists in the world of men.
What's that?
Well, the post clarity.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think your brain functions better after a dump or after you crank one out?
Different situations.
Explain.
Because there's a more of a euphoria to an HJ than a dump. You know what I mean?
He said that like you were saying something profound.
I mean, that was kind of profound.
No, I mean it's just a different pleasure sensation.
Yeah, but
one
we
is
were
more
talking about your brain after your clarity.
right, but I think it works different sides of the brain maybe because like there's one of sexual gratification and there's one of dump gratification. I think those are two different kind of gratifications.
I would like to see a legit study done with brain scans like this one.
Yeah.
Post batch clarity,
Right.
post dump clarity, and which one improves your cognitive function more.
I'm gonna say the dump makes you sharper. Because
Sharper Dump, one of the worst stores in the mall. Ew. Seats all gross.
Yeah, don't sit in that massage chair. Yeah, but think about it. Once you pull one, man, you're about as dumb as it gets. Man.
It's the opposite.
Once you pull it out, once you pull one, you have no strength. You have no ability to think.
So maybe that makes you more tired,
But
which would not make you as clear-headed.
It may not make you clear-headed.
No, how many guys listening to this show?
I don't think I could pull one and do algebra.
How many? You can't do algebra and not pull one. How many guys listening to this show, whether it's doing it by themselves or with somebody else, as soon as that came out, they're like, "Oh, this was a bad idea." Like that clarity afterwards, where you know what I mean?
I'm just ready for a nap.
Okay, let's take a break.
And a sandwich.
There is a man that may have come up with $1 million idea.
Great.
But past his $1 million idea that will benefit him, he may be changing the way men act around the house.
Oh.
In a positive way.
Clean us up a little bit.
Well, no, not so much that.
Oh.
Pride will be the death of you.
Mm.
And for a very long time, there are men based solely on pride. So we thought that would not call anyone to come help fix something around the house that was broken.
Mm.
But based on this man's experience, maybe it wasn't pride at all.
Oh.
And maybe, just maybe, this man's $1 million idea from here in Rochester will not only save us a bunch of time and a bunch of money.
That's great.
It'll save guys from hurting themselves.
That's good.
We'll get into the story next here in the break room on CMF. There has been a belief for a long time, Tommy.
What's the belief?
Men don't want to call a repair guy to fix stuff around the house because it hurts their pride.
I got it.
Yeah, I'm going to do it myself because I'm a man.
Yeah.
And then we screw it up.
Mhm.
But this story presents potentially another theory.
What's that?
Maybe it was never about pride.
What is it?
Maybe it was about ease. And now that this local man has come up with this brilliant idea, guys potentially won't make the mistakes that we've been making for decades.
Over and over and over again?
You hanging out at the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:30, the most annoying person in the world during flu season. And that person may or may not reside in this room.
Uh-oh.
But it's not a story about this person in this room.
Okay.
It's a woman who's got a tip for you.
Oh.
You're not going to believe it. I don't get sick, and when I do get sick, just after 9:30. Here at the break room on CMF. Steve Dambenzent. Dambenzent?
All right.
Sorry, Steve. He lives out in Spencerport.
What's he do?
Well, he's a dad. And an incident every parent has had with their kid may have given him $1 million idea.
Wait, no, I said a set of break?
Story on Spectrum News
Uh.
says that 3 years ago, Steve's son, he's a big soccer player, was kicking a ball around the inside of the house when he accidentally shattered a glass door.
Oh, damn.
Quick sidebar. That is like dad threat level midnight. You will never be as angry in that moment.
But the glass all over the place.
Forget the glass all over the place. Sliding glass doors don't grow on trees, man.
And that's an outdoor door, right?
Yeah, what door is an indoor door?
No, some people have sliding glass doors in the inside.
Nobody has an inside sliding glass
Yeah,
door.
because you have like those
No.
side rooms.
No.
Yeah, technically I do.
You have a inside
Yeah,
sliding
because it
glass.
goes into a
it goes
sunroom.
to like the outside
Sunroom
room.
is outside.
He's
All
so,
right.
but their sunroom was just the sun.
Yeah, I didn't have a sunroom.
Because you po, man.
But it's a 3-season.
Wait, man, you have glass on the inside of your house?
If it's a 3-season room, which is a sunroom, right?
Yeah.
3-season room? Why can't you use it in the 4th season?
Because you could close
Why
it.
can't you use it in the 4th season?
Because it's not heated.
Why can't? Yeah, because it's outside, you
No,
douche.
but it's enclosed.
It's
you
like
douche.
saying you have a leaf over your head. Look, I got a 5-bedroom now. I digress. The sliding glass door busted by his son playing soccer became a problem.
Yeah.
Steve knew he couldn't fix it on his own.
No.
So he needed to find someone to repair it.
That's going to be expensive as hell.
And it took 3 days, which sucks because you kind of need a door.
Right.
Then you
It's
gotta
kind of an
get the
immediate
tarp up.
fix.
So Steve knew there had to be a better way.
Yeah.
And he got to work.
What do you do?
He developed what is called Instant Provider.
Oh.
It's an app that connects users with repair pros
That isn't busy that day.
instantly. Yes.
Oh. So it just puts a shout out.
Bang. To quote Steve on Spectrum, quote, let's say you need dog walking, babysitting, landscaping, key duplication. You confirm the booking, and the provider receives a notification to accept or reject the job in the app. Long story short, gone are the days of scanning the yellow pages or Google and having to call 15 different places for whatever you need done.
Yeah.
All of that is taken care of instantly when you put out, this is what I need.
So you're not necessarily picking and choosing who shows up.
He
It's
is.
just you're getting somebody who says they can repair that.
No, but I think you can
On the
also
spot.
choose.
Whoever accepts.
Yeah,
Well,
whoever-
what if only one person accepts?
Okay, well, then that's your person.
Yeah.
But you also run that risk of calling everybody on
Yeah.
Google and only one person.
Because I'm with
Yeah.
you. Like, I just want somebody there to fix it. But I know people, they like to shop around. They like to
Get
make
a
sure they're getting the
quote.
best deal.
Okay,
they
but-
want to make sure it's a
But if you're not
quality.
that person,
But if that's the case, you're already knowing you're committing a bunch of
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Whereas Steve needed a door.
yeah, I need
Yeah.
it now.
I need a door, and I need it now. So, great idea.
Yeah.
Great idea by Steve. But it begs this question.
What's the bigger?
Have guys tried to fix stuff they couldn't handle around the house because they didn't want to feel like little bitches? Or were we taking on these tasks we could not handle because finding someone to do it for us was too much of a pain in the ass? 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
I think it's the pride.
So you think pride is what it is?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Okay.
My uncles all did it. My daddy did it. I got to do it, even though you don't know how to do it.
Okay. All right.
And the thing that your father fixed today is far more complicated than 70 years ago.
I agree with you there. But maybe we should take a second to think about
What's
this.
that?
Look, you have to admit, the longer you look at something unfixed in your home, the more confidence you start to get.
Yeah, I can kind of see how it works.
Exactly, right? How you handle it. Not to mention, if it's something big, you do start to get pressure from your spouse to get it taken care of. Like, for example, a door to the outside.
Yes.
And some spouses tend to have more faith in their husbands or their boyfriends or whatever than they should.
Yeah.
My wife, for some reason, thinks I can fix things around the house.
Mm-hmm.
And I know me, and I've told her on several occasions, I can't do any of that stuff. Yet she will still, if something breaks, be like, well, why don't you try to fix it? And it becomes an argument.
Right. I agree. I have the same argument.
Okay. Like, do you think your husband has a skill that he does not have?
Well, okay, so here's the thing. Like, my father-in-law is really good at all this stuff.
See?
So I always assume that, like, he picked up something. But as I've known my husband quite a bit of time now, and I've realized that is now an assumption I don't make anymore.
Okay, so you have no problem with him calling somebody to fix it?
No. And I think
even your cheap ass.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think my husband he'll straight up tell me I have no idea what I'm doing. He's not afraid to say, he won't beat around the bush and say, maybe I could take a look at that.
It's such a freeing feeling to look at your spouse and be like, I don't know how to do this.
And and just let's just get it done. Because like, if we have an appliance problem, right? I know nothing about appliance.
No.
My wife and I, well, let's look at it. Look at what? You didn't build this. I don't know how a dishwasher works. I just push a button and we have clean plates.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I know. But she'll want to like pick and poke. I go, leave it. You're gonna do more damage poking around.
That's the one thing that sucks that you can't get out of it sometimes is my wife will pull this move. She goes, you should fix it. And I'll go, I can't do it. And then she knowing that if she starts to do stuff, I'll have to jump in because if somebody gets hurt, I'm the one that's got to get hurt.
That's their playbook. Man.
But I'll just wait for her to walk away and then I'll call somebody.
Yeah.
Do you think, though, that it's more of a pride thing why guys will try to do this themselves, or is it a cost thing?
Well, no, okay,
Because
so, all right.
you have I don't know many men who have no problem calling a buddy who has a background in something like this because they know that person may show up and potentially do it for free.
Okay, so we got three ways here, three options as to why the way this could work. We as men tried to fix stuff we couldn't do it because of the pride of it.
Mm-hmm.
We as men tried to fix stuff we couldn't because of how hard it is to get people over. Or we as men tried to fix stuff we couldn't because of how much we knew it was going to cost.
The chin stroke.
What is the driving factor between a guy taking on a home issue that he could not handle? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this guy named Steve. He lives in Spencerport after an incident where his son kicked a soccer ball through his glass sliding door. Couldn't find anybody to fix it for days, and that was a problem. So he's developed an app where it connects you to someone that can do a job instantly. And it's not just like inside stuff. It includes dog walkers and key duplicators. It seems like it's moved big, and this is a great idea. Here comes Pete to ruin this guy's day. He's on CMF. Hey, Pete, how are you, buddy?
He's got one problem that's already out there. It's called Angie's List.
Yeah, way to ruin this guy. Thanks a lot, Pete.
But does that get
Sucks.
somebody
Your kid's
to
not going to college now.
Isn't that just a review kind of site?
No. For a few years, I tried doing it, and it's basically the same exact concept. Is that you put it out there that you're looking for someone to do X, Y, Z. Let's say a bathroom or the sliding glass door, for instance. Like, there's contractors out there that you'll be on the site, and then they'll contact you. You have to pay money to get in contact with the homeowner, and there's nothing free. So this guy's app is going to be the same exact setup as Angie's List.
Well, nothing in life is free, Pete. That's what I heard.
Nope, nothing in life is free, Pat.
All right, well, great. Way to ruin the guy's day. Thanks, Pete. Have a good rest of the day.
Pete.
There goes Rain Cloud Pete. Okay, so Tommy, you still believe that the average man is bothered by someone else in their house taking care of a problem?
I think pride runs the men folk.
Okay, pride runs the men folk. Put that on a T-shirt and sell it in the rock shop. Okay, because there was this idea, Tommy, that a real man knew how to handle most of the stuff that went wrong in the house.
Yes.
But there could also be a flaw to that idea. Because you brought up that technologically, technology was not as advanced when our fathers and grandfathers.
The stuff was base compared to now.
But here's the thing, and I agree with you. That's a great point. I hadn't thought of that. But also, like all the memories we have as kids of our dads fixing stuff around the house.
Yeah.
It seemed like no job was too tough, but we were also just kids.
Yeah, you didn't know what it looked like.
Right.
Maybe they weren't doing as good a job as we thought they
Maybe
were.
like the people that had your house after you were like, what the hell did this guy do?
Well, that happened when we remodeled my wife's house. That house was built in the 40s.
Yeah.
So when we remodeled it, our contractor guy, Gaetano, he starts pulling the stuff out. He goes, there's a lot of
wiring. I know.
No,
people
he called
had-
it home cooking. In this
Yeah,
house.
that, you never want to hear that.
Yeah.
Home cooking.
Right.
So there were live wires in the walls that the guy just clipped
Yeah.
and left there.
That's not an uncommon story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was all through the house that we had to rip all these old stuff out of there.
Okay, so if it's not an uncommon story, you shouldn't feel bad that your
Right.
dad wasn't taking care of.
He wasn't that good.
Thank you. He wasn't doing it the right
No.
way. And here's the thing. That may be one of the biggest reality checks of being an adult.
Yeah.
When a parent or a grandparent comes over and they help you out with an issue in the house and they don't know what they're doing and you're starting to realize it, but they insist on doing it anyway.
So there's a tell with old people when they want to shame you that they really sucked at what they did.
What's that?
When I was your age, I had a full-time job. I was going to night school. I was remodeling the house. I had a separate job. I was also building a swimming pool in the backyard. Yeah, and it all looked like crap. All of it.
It really sucks when you marry into a family where they actually know what they're doing.
Yes, that was my second marriage.
You had the experience.
Yeah, because they were builders.
But your
But you
father-in-law.
also benefit from that.
Oh,
too,
I did.
Right? I
I
mean, like
did.
you
But he
even
knew
talk
what he was
about.
doing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Like you weren't shamed by that.
No, he
You
was
were-
a pro.
Yeah.
I was his gopher.
Okay, but see, here's the thing. All right, so
I was just handing him lit cigarettes. I'm not kidding you.
Wait, you were a flunky?
I
Lit-
was
lit
I,
cigarette
I
flunky?
was I was Tony's flunky.
I kind of have that experience with my father-in-law now. So my father-in-law, he's a home inspector. He lives in Iowa, and he only comes up every few years. But when he does, he will walk me around my house, like for an hour,
Point things out.
and tell me all the things that are wrong. And I love this man. I love this man. But every time he comes, it's an hour of him just slapping me on the tip of the
Oh, yeah.
dong over and over and over again. And I feel 2 inches tall by the time it's done because he goes, all you need to do is da da da. And I can't do that. I can't do that. What am I going to do?
I know.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this guy named Steve. He is from Spencerport. After an issue at his house with a broken sliding glass door, a soccer ball, and his son, he developed an app that connects folks instantly. It's called Instant Provider to folks that can fix things around their house. So we're having a discussion right now. Was it the pride that kept men from calling an expert? Was it the hassle of finding them? Or is it the cost? Let's talk to Christine. Oh, hold on. Sorry, Kimmy, my fault. All right, Christine, you're on CMF. How's it going?
Good. How are you guys?
Great, Christine. What do you got?
Do you ever think it's just because you guys are lazy? Don't, and then let me explain before you go. Because you guys are more interested in sports. You're more interested in being on your phone. You're more interested in everything else. Maybe because so many people are there to fix things for you, you guys just don't want to learn.
No, I hear you. Like when I think back to the men in the past that were always home and contributing to the well-being of the family. Are you serious right now?
Yes, because I have a friend who will not, and it's a guy, he will not do anything
Whoa,
around the house.
Whoa.
What?
You have friends?
What? I do. It's you guys.
Nope.
No,
I
you
pretend
don't.
to.
All right, Christine,
You
listen.
ain't got
I
no
know.
friends.
Christine, listen. You're a sweet woman and all.
Oh, sweet.
Tommy's father would
Why you lie?
Tommy's father would leave work in the middle of the day to go swimming in the ocean, come home, mow the lawn, and not do a thing for the rest of the
Right.
weekend. My father walked out of the house that was eventually repossessed with a hole in the roof and would go on vacations whenever he wanted to by
A
himself.
nice vacation.
And, that's not uncommon stories from men in the past. You can't sit here and be like, men back in the day, they were around more and did stuff and had less on their minds and less to do. It's a lie, Christine.
Yeah.
No, it's not, because many guys are more interested in doing other things but doing the project around the house. Then you've even said it. You're like, oh, my wife will nag me, and then you go and do something else instead of addressing the issue and just go, I can't do it because you don't take the time to learn about it.
See, Christine, this
I'm
seems like
just throwing it out.
this
I'm
seems
just
like
throwing-
less of an us issue and more of a relationship with you issue, and maybe you should talk to your husband about this.
It's not my husband, it's my friend. My husband is very handy around the house.
What?
It's
He's
my
stealing it?
girlfriend's
I'm
husband that
Christine.
isn't.
I'm so great. My husband is awesome. Check me out.
Tommy, I don't fall off ladders and things like that trying to put up a decoration on a porch, okay? So be careful. But I'm just putting it out there. There is a possibility you guys just don't want to learn how to do it.
Of course I don't want to learn how to do it, but I also know that I can't learn how to do it. Look, you know what the problem with guys in the past were? And I mean this with all due respect. with all due respect to the forefathers. I think that men these days have a better sense of self-awareness.
Yeah.
I can do XYZ. I struggle with XYZ. Whereas, like, your dad and my dad thought they were experts at everything all the time.
They were arrogant. Like, I don't think my wife wants me to come home and go, you know what? I want to experiment on our heater today to see if I have any skills there.
Tommy's dad bought a boat and brought it home without telling his mother.
And he couldn't dock it.
And that was in his mom.
Oh.
That's what she said.
Christine, thanks for the call. I really appreciate it. What a terrible take. What a terrible take. Men back in the day cared more about their families and were less distracted.
They don't make men like my daddy anymore.
Yeah, I'm thinking all three of our dads, none of them
No.
were great at fixing stuff.
Maybe-
Like, I feel so
But my
sorry
old man thought he
for all
could.
my dad's friends with a skill because they were constantly at our house
Yeah.
fixing stuff for him. He would be there to assist, but
And like I will say this, I am jealous of guys like your father-in-law, Kimmy, who are legitimately skilled in this.
Yeah, he does
They save so
everything.
much money.
Uh-huh. Yes, and I guys that can work on cars, folks that can work on cars, folks that are working and stuff around the house.
Tinkerers.
I am jealous of those
Yeah.
skills. I wish my brain and hands worked that way, but it don't.
But then, like, if you go to my brother's house, so my brother was a carpenter, and he made all the furniture in his house, which is amazing.
Yeah, it's remarkable.
The bad part is he wants to tell you about every piece of furniture in his house.
Well, he's proud of what he
I
did.
understand. So you could also have that guy.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Robbie. Hey, Robbie, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good guys. How you doing?
Good, man. What's up?
I don't know where to start because you had so many topics. I guess it starts when I was a little kid with my first mini bike or whatever. And you guys know all the motor toys I have, and
Yes.
I have to fix them myself. Otherwise, I'd spend a fortune on paying people to whatever fix my suspension, my brakes, and whatever. As far as houses, I bought my first rental property on Park Ave when I was like, I don't know, 26 or 7. And
I'm Rental Rob. Yeah, and I saw those broads you were fixing up in the back room too, Robbie.
Yeah, I was doing a little plumbing there, and
Had her up
there's
on a
few
lift.
clogged-
all right, we get it.
And it was half the sales
You
team.
know, when you keep going, he keeps going, so it never really ends.
Yeah, it is. It's like
Yeah.
dueling banjos, but with douchebags. No, all right, so Robbie, you are that guy that is able to fix everything by himself.
Yes, I've hot water tanks, furnaces, garbage disposals, refrigerators, you name it. And then, of course, anything with a motor. And half the reason is, I cannot stand paying someone to do something that I know I can do. And when I reach a point where I'm about to quit, my girlfriend will go, "What? You're gonna what? Quit?
Oh,
You're
shame.
gonna let it win?" And I'll be like, "Oh,
Good catch, buddy."
and like I got to go back at it.
What a
And I
terrible
have to
woman,
win.
Rob. What a terrible woman, Rob. She should let you have your piece.
She's motivating.
No, she's right, Kimmy. You're right. It's she motivates me because I have to save the money with all the things I have. If I had to pay everyone, I'd have to make another $50,000 a year.
You could also just not have that toy, right?
Well, but the toy's fun. I don't want to not have the toy.
I mean, but I'm saying
If you're a toy guy.
Yeah, big toy guy.
Yeah, snowmobiles, stand-up jet skis, not jet skis, boats, muscle cars, you name it.
By the way, every jet ski is a stand-up jet ski if you're cool enough, man.
Duffy, I'll take you out on the boat this summer. You try and ride a stand-up jet ski. It's the original ones.
Nope.
I have sit-downs, but I have the stand-ups.
Remember when I said that I know what I can
he's
and
got to
can't do?
save money, though.
Hey,
got
Robbie.
both types of jet skis.
Robbie, good to talk to you, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
I love you guys. Tommy rules.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
Bye, Robbie. There goes Robbie. No, like I'm jealous of that guy.
Yeah.
I'm jealous of Robbie being able to
But
do
he's
this
that
stuff.
guy. He's a tinkerer. He knows his
Yeah.
stuff. And he's been doing it since he was a kid.
It helps when you grow up doing it.
Well, I don't know. I also think, because you see those examples every once in a while. In fact, it's in that stupid car commercial. Well, what was the truck commercial that was running around Christmas where it's like the grandpa died and he was with his dad and
Oh,
they're
yeah,
driving around in
yeah,
the truck.
They got the truck.
Fixing the car up.
Yeah, and it's like the dad's like, it's all emotional. He's like, I didn't get the same skills that Grandpa did. And this grandson's like, I want to be just like him. And Dad looks at him with tears in his eyes and goes, you already are.
Yep.
Oh, yes.
What is that commercial for?
A truck, which, by the way, did not affect it because I don't know what kind of truck
But
it
it
was.
was an old truck that you can't even buy.
Oh, are you sure it's for the actual truck?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Now that
it
I've
could have
heard-
been a Viagra
I don't think
ad.
it
I have
was.
no idea.
I hope it's not a Viagra ad where he's alone with a teenage boy in a truck.
No.
Why would that be a Viagra ad?
No, it might be. No, I don't think the kid's a teenager.
It's his teenage son, you idiot.
Oh, I thought he was like younger but adult. They could handle a Viagra.
It's still, never mind.
Well, I don't know where they're going in that truck.
What I'm getting at is why. That's a guy whose father was a handy
man's man.
Yeah. Well, no, just had the brain to fix
Oh,
things.
it's for Chevy.
Thank
so
you.
It is, yeah.
There you
You're
go.
right. You called it.
But, the son didn't get that, right? Like, you're not always guaranteed to get the same skills as your
Hey,
parents.
yeah, you know what you know.
And what I'm getting at is the long way around after you go and Viagra with a teenage boy in a car is that sometimes, Kimmy, it's not just about watching people do it, because there are lots of guys listening that held a flashlight while their dad's explaining to them how to.
And that always sucked.
Sometimes your brain is just not mechanically inclined.
You ain't got it.
Exactly.
Good with your hands.
Yeah. All right, let's take a break. God, how?
What?
Why?
I didn't know Chevy sold Viagra.
Flu season has gotten really bad.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
we're
that
in
ain't
the thick of it.
Yeah, that ain't us talking. That's like national numbers.
Oh, okay.
New York especially. And look, man, nothing worse. Well, okay.
Oh, it sucks.
A few things worse than getting the flu and being put.
But it's misery.
It is. Well, I got good news for you.
Oh, it's good news.
I have something in front of us right here that will keep you from ever getting the flu. And if you get the flu, you'll be sick for less than 24 hours.
Ooh, open that bad boy up.
Well, no, I don't have it in front of me. I have in front of me what you can do.
Oh.
And it's all according to this woman.
Okay.
Who is one of the most annoying people on the planet.
Right.
Because if you have one of these people in your life,
Yeah.
they believe what they say. They won't ever stop.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't do what they recommend, well, it's your fault. It's your own fault. Get into it.
I hate people like that.
Next to the break room on CMF. Okay.
What's up?
Look, flu season is no joke.
It's the worst.
Right? I mean,
Yeah.
Best case scenario, put you on your ass for a couple of days. Worst case scenario, we all know what the worst case scenario could be. And flu season is bad right now. So there's your heads up. But there is a woman who is here to tell us.
What's that?
That she has something that will keep you from getting sick. And if you do end up getting sick not doing this, will keep you sick for less than 24 hours.
So it's better than a vaccine.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. And look, if you have kids right now, it feels like this flu is everywhere. And for whatever reason, this season, if you have gotten the flu or know someone who's gotten the flu, it is putting people on their ass.
Oh, really?
One woman has gone viral with what she says is a surefire way to get over the flu in less than a day.
Less than a day?
Yes. She says
What?
It's her grandma's secret recipe.
Oh, Jesus.
No. What she
This
said?
is some kitchen crap?
She says you can take it as a preventative measure to not get the flu at all.
Okay.
She says you can take it when you get sick, and within 24 hours, you will no longer have the flu.
Is it dangerous?
Well, I'll let you decide.
Okay.
All right.
In this concoction, 2 teaspoons of ginger, 2 teaspoons of turmeric, a teaspoon of minced garlic, pinch of black pepper, pinch of cayenne pepper, cinnamon, and clover and honey. That's it.
Okay. All right. I mean, I guess it can't hurt.
So it's a bunch of spices.
Yeah, you put it all in a pot, and you drink it or eat it or whatever.
Did you heat it up first?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
And then you will either not get the flu, or if you have the flu, you will get over the flu in 24 hours.
Okay. And you know it don't work.
Of course it don't work. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Yes.
If it did work, someone would package it and sell it and make $1 gajillion.
Yep.
The most annoying person in the world might be the person who believes they have a secret remedy for not getting
No,
sick.
they're damn fools.
They
run their goddamn mouth.
They never shut up about it, ever, right?
Yes, I'm agreeing with you. Who needs that person?
Right, Kimmy?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, we all. I
100%.
think we're all in agreement here.
You're this person, you dick.
What did I do?
What do you mean, what do I? You get sick?
No, I never get sick.
Why don't you get
You
sick?
know I don't get sick.
Yeah, no, that yeah.
Matter of fact,
really,
I'm the oldest in this building.
Mhm.
I'm older than this building.
You are older than this building.
This building is sick.
Which?
Full of sick people. We're in their sick mouths all day. I don't get sick.
Why don't you get sick, Tommy?
Because he's never stressed.
That I take good solid dumps, but the number one
As
is
other
if
people
you know
do
what
work
it is.
for him.
Booze, baby, booze.
You are
whiskey, and I drink Irish whiskey. Look at the Irish; they're never sick. They're always at work.
You have been yelling for years into a microphone to anyone that will listen. You believe that your alcoholism is what keeps you from getting sick.
So when I was on the road, like a lot of comics got sick because you're in and out. You're traveling all over the place.
Yeah.
All the guys that boozed it up never got sick. I'm telling you, it's legit. They did the case study, but nobody was paying attention but me.
Oh, so you did the case study.
I never got sick on the road, and people would be miserable with the drugs and this and that.
Sure. Yeah. So I'm sure it's the whiskey and not the fact that you have never had kids to come in contact with.
I see children.
No, you don't. When do you have
I
other...
go to the store. I see children. I had the grandkids.
Until the grandkids showed up recently.
There were never any kids in your house.
You never had any interaction with any children ever. Thank God. Thank God. And by the way, you also don't see anyone outside of Kimmy and I outside of your house.
Yeah.
So
I go to Wegmans and stuff. I
Yeah,
go here. I go to the
but-
car wash. The shoe guy.
Okay,
dry
car
clean.
wash, windows rolled up, shoe guy, you're in and out. Wegmans, you're not having long conversations with people. You're not
Well,
face to face
Jimmy's
with someone.
busy with the tomatoes.
Bro,
What?
it's not the whiskey. It's the fact that you don't have any friends or family.
So that's the key.
Yeah, okay, fine. That I listen.
Isolate yourself.
If you completely isolate yourself from everybody else, you will not get sick. It's not the whiskey, you idiot. It's your lifestyle.
Would you rather have on your deathbed flu? Now you're gonna die, but you feel like you're gonna die.
Okay.
Or loneliness and isolation.
Well, no, because loneliness and isolation can have like decades worth of
Long-term effects.
negative effects.
Yeah, long term means you go long.
No, but
you
I'd
live
rather
a
have
long,
the flu
lonely
for
life.
a few days and be depressed the rest of my life.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
You're not gonna
miserable.
be depressed to the TV on.
It's a miserable existence not having anyone in your life.
You're drinking, you're feeling good.
Listen to you every single morning. Today you came in. This sucks. That sucks. Like you
So
are-
I'm that guy.
Yeah, it's annoying as hell. And here's what sucks about people who have these like home remedies or have decided.
Mine doesn't have a home ready. Just open a bottle and hit it.
So are you drunk now? Nine is on, man.
I don't think so.
What makes these people, Kimmy, the most annoying?
Mm-hmm.
If they find out you're sick, All they will do is ask and recommend, try this thing, try
They
this thing.
push it on you.
Exactly.
Push it on you until you're like, did you try it? Did you try it? You got to try it.
And then when you don't try
and then they'll like bring it in for you to try if you don't, if you say you didn't do it at home.
And then when you don't try it, they will blame you for being sick because you don't want to use their obviously ineffective remedy. Bro, you think if whiskey was proven to prevent illness, the alcohol companies wouldn't immediately jump on that?
Right.
Maybe they're missing the point. Because look at the Old West, all those guys that drank whiskey. They never were sick.
Yeah, no, they look very healthy.
No, those guys lived in like their late 30s.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this woman with this flu sweep of the nation. She goes online, goes viral with her grandma's secret recipe. She says it prevents you from being sick if you take it on a regular basis. If you do get sick and you take this, you will have the flu for less than 24 hours. Ginger, turmeric, garlic, pepper, cayenne pepper, cinnamon.
So it's
clover,
basically
and honey.
emptying out your spice rack into a pot.
I mean, this sounds like something that costs $9 at Starbucks,
Yeah.
not like a remedy to fix the flu,
Yeah.
right? Ugh.
I'm also surprised too by stuff like this. Like this doesn't sound so bad, but there are some things that people will do to try to prevent sickness, and they'll like torture themselves doing it. You know what I mean? Like that must taste awful. Like I know people for a long time it was the shots of apple cider vinegar,
Which is, by the way, that's coming back around again.
But I just like it's an awful. I can't even smell that stuff, but you'll
Chug
push
some vinegar.
You'll push through it because you think it's healthy, and I don't know. I don't know how you psych yourself up to do that all the time.
I'm like, I don't know how many times we have to go through this with products that are even aimed or sold in stores aimed at preventing this. Like, remember Emergency? You guys remember that?
Yeah, it's all snake oil, but it keeps coming around.
I think that's the kind of stuff though where I look at it, I'm like, I get why people just think even if it doesn't work, it can't hurt.
But it was proven
taste
that
nice.
it didn't work.
I don't know.
Like the FDA looked at it and goes, this does not work,
Same
and
thing
they
as
still
drinking
sell
a
it.
glass of orange juice.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Okay, but I mean, you're right, fine. But a glass of orange juice, I get enjoyment
That's
out
what I'm
of.
saying. Like I get that because sure, maybe it just makes me feel better because I enjoy the taste.
But to Tommy, nobody enjoys the taste of Emergency.
No, I'm talking about orange
I
juice.
understand. No, the orange juice thing, fine. Fine, whatever. Whatever your diet is. I'm talking about specifically going out of your way to prevent illness with a product. Because to your point, the FDA came out and said, this does not work.
Yes.
It does not work. There is no effective anything. And people are like, well, I'll
They
show
still
you.
run ads
yes,
on it.
Yes, and people still buy it. It's still out of the grocery store. Okay. We come back. We wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room. Let's see you, Matt. Timmy Rabaroo.
Howdy, old humday Rabaroo.
For a Wednesday Break Room CMF that makes tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means?
I think we're going to bitch it out, buddy boy.
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock, first one of 2025.
Ooh, wow.
Also, I hope we have time to get to this tomorrow. If not, we'll get to it Friday. There is a major athletic event happening right in our backyards, not the Bills game on Sunday.
Oh.
And by the way, I'm not even like being a dick and exaggerating. Like there will be people you see competing in the Olympics in our backyard. Mm-hmm. They're here now, actually.
Wow. It's
pretty intense.
I bet.
And it's not just the competition that's intense. It's the actual sport itself.
It's dangerous, huh?
I mean, Kimmy.
Yeah, I mean,
there aren't many sports that are more dangerous that are legitimate sports.
Yeah, it looks scary. I wouldn't want to do it or try it.
And like, here's the thing: like, if your kid, there are sports that carry an element of danger. Like, there are kids in high school that play football or hockey or soccer.
There's always the potential to get hurt.
Exactly. But like Kimmy, some of these people in town competing, they are in their 20s.
Yeah.
Right. Which means they took this up in their teens.
It's a little kid, probably.
Okay, so like as an adult, making the decision yourself to try this would be absolutely insane.
Mm.
But giving your kid the blessing to go do it?
Said, this is something I'm interested in.
Signing off on it.
I don't know how you could watch.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And still now, even when they're adults, it would still be hard, I'm guessing, for most parents to watch their kid do this.
Amen, sister. Tommy, I will tell you what it is.
I'm coming in tomorrow.
And where you can go see it right down the road.
Oh, I can?
Yeah, this weekend. Tomorrow in the break room on CMF. We got to get out of the way for Kimmy, who said she would be offended if she found out her husband would have a better time at a Bills game with one of his buddies than her.
Yeah. My feelings would be hurt.
For Tommy Muley, who tried to sound like a man until he realized that no one in this room actually wants to go to a Bills game with him. My name is Pat Tubby. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.